Talk to me, Matt. Can you hear me? I can hear myself up there, but I can't hear you yet. Coming up.
Hello, Tom. Can you hear me?
Oh, now I can.
Yeah,
Were you muted? Were you just muted?
Yep.
Okay, I can hear you now. It's a little bit low, but I didn't adjust the levels yet. But you can hear me well enough?
Yep.
Okay, that's a good sign. Do you want to have John call in as another caller and see if he can hear you and he can hear me?
Sure.
Let's do it. Steve, just so you know, we turned off all the speakers that are up in this part of the room because it minimizes feedback. So the only speakers on here, so like you or anyone else talk, they're going to think I don't sound as loud as I normally do. They're going to want to get closer and talk loud. Don't. Just talk normal level. You could just tell me. Yes, exactly. You just tell me when, Matt.
This is John. Can you guys hear me?
I do hear you, John. Do you hear me?
Yes, I do.
Okay. Pretty clear?
Very clear.
Okay. And you're not just hearing through the speaker in the room up there. You're hearing through your phone, right?
Yeah, I'm hearing you from my phone.
Okay. And Matt, you're still there?
Yep, I am.
That was a muffled yes?
Yeah.
Okay. Very good. As long as you can both hear me. All right. Thank you, guys. You can stop it.
Thank you.
Okay. Thanks.
Mayor and council members, this is Daisy Gomez. Just want to let you know we're waiting for for Sonia to call in, city attorney. Okay, Mayor, meeting can start.
All right, so let me call this meeting to order, and I'll officially ask the clerk to do the roll call, please.
Councilmember Becerra.
Here.
Councilmember Iglesias.
Here.
Councilmember Peñalosa.
Here.
Councilmember Sarmiento.
Here.
Councilmember Solorio.
Here.
Mayor Pro Tem Villegas.
Present.
Mayor Pulido.
Here.
All present.
All right, so let me, I know we're gonna have some public comment, but I always like to start, let's just start with the Pledge of Allegiance, please. So if you could all just stand wherever you may be and join me in the Pledge of Allegiance. Ready? Begin. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. If you can remain standing, do we have our chaplain, Vincent Berenger, our police chaplain, who gives, please go ahead, give us the invocation, please.
Thank you, Your Honor. Would you please bow your heads? Heavenly Father, most merciful Lord, we thank you for every seat that's been filled here today in our, not necessarily in our council chambers, but online. We thank you for each heart and mind that fills the presence of this room. We thank you, only you, truly know what we're setting out to accomplish today. We have an idea, a vision, hints, and daily instructions. We have talents, abilities, and time to work. However, only you can see in perfect detail the end of every beginning, every project, every season, every life. Nothing is ever in vain, for even mistakes and missteps are used for your good. Help us, Heavenly Father, so that we can see clear through these difficult times. Help us to come together during this pandemic so that we may help the people. Help us to remember that all government is from your will, given to care for your people. Father God, your righteousness transcends all our efforts and understanding. Forgive us for our pride, the pride that puffs us up and the pride that threatens to unqualify us. Strengthen our confidence in you who have made us to be. Set us free from comparison in order to work together efficiently. Bless this meeting today, all those present, as well as the lives of those we will encounter afterwards. Ready us to make every moment count as we do your work in this city, our home, Santa Ana. In Jesus' name we pray. Amen.
Amen. Thank you, Chaplain, for the invocation.
You're welcome, sir.
I would now like to direct council's attention to the consent calendar, but first I want to ask the clerk, are there any members of the public that wish to address us on any consent calendar items? Madam Clerk?
No, we have no consent calendar item or
Okay,
comments.
then let me go to my fellow council members. Do you have items that you wish to pull for discussion from the consent calendar?
Yes,
Mr. Mayor,
Yes, go ahead.
I'd like to go ahead. This is Councilmember Becerra. I'd like to go ahead and pull item 25A.
Okay. Any other items, other council members?
Mr. Mayor, this is Councilmember Penaloza. I'd like to pull items 22B and 25D, as well as 25A, which my colleague already pulled.
That was 22B and 25D as in David?
Yes, sir.
Thank you. Any other council members, other items?
Yes, this is Councilmember Iglesias. I would like to pull 25C and 25I.
Any other items?
Yeah, Mr. Mayor, this is Councilmember Sarmiento. I just wanted to remind the city attorney to
report out anything she had to at a closed session.
Thank you. So we'll do that right in a moment here. Any other items? All right, seeing no other items, let me entertain a motion on the balance, and then we'll come back. Is there a motion on the balance?
So moved.
Motion to approve the balance?
Second by Villegas.
Roll call vote, please, Madam Clerk.
Councilmember Becerra.
Yes.
Councilmember Iglesias.
Yes.
Councilmember Peñalosa.
Yes.
Councilmember Sarmiento.
Yes.
Councilmember Solorio.
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem Villegas.
Yes.
Mayor Pulido.
Yes.
Motion
And
carried.
now let me go, Councilmember Sarmiento's point is well taken. It should have actually come before this, but Madam City Attorney thinks to report out a closed session, please.
Yes, Mayor. This is City Attorney. We have two closed session discussion items this evening. The second one regarded a matter of real property negotiations. The City Council discussed an unsolicited proposal which was submitted to the city regarding potentially serving a notice of intent to the City of Garden Grove regarding the Willow-Wick property. A motion was made to thank the company and individuals that submitted the proposal, but not to respond further. That motion was approved on a 4-3 vote, with Council Members Sarmiento, Solorio, and Iglesias voting no. That's all the reportable action that I have.
Thank you for that. Madam Clerk, what is our next item? Would that be, which one? 22B would that be?
Yes, that's correct. And Mayor, before we proceed, I just want to make sure that you are noting on 11A for the second reading of the ordinance that was presented as a first reading on April 7 with your abstention, and I want to make sure that are you wanting to also abstain for that item for?
Yeah, and I believe the City Attorney, Madam Attorney, do you have anything to add on that abstention? I know I talked to you earlier about it.
Yes, I'd just like to confirm that the official city minutes reflect that Mayor stated his reason for his abstention based on a potential conflict due to a potential income conflict, and that was stated on the record and is reflected in the minutes.
Yes, it has been revised.
Thank you for that.
Yes.
Thank you. Okay, so given that, who had 22B? Was that, who had that item?
I did, Mr. Mayor. Councilmember Penaloza.
Please, go ahead.
Thank you, sir. I pulled 22B is to award a purchase order in the amount of $462,000 and change to Los Angeles Truck Centers. The reason I pulled it, Madam City Manager, is because within the staff report, the purchase order wasn't attached. And I know that usually when we make these purchases for vehicles, whether it's Public Works or PD, wherever we're buying them, the purchase orders are attached that show the exact amount and breakdown of what was. Not sure why it wasn't in this case. Is there a reason?
No, sir. I'm not sure why there wasn't a purchase order attached to it. It wasn't listed as an attachment.
Okay, and that's why I pulled it, because it wasn't consistent with what I've seen over the last years, that purchase orders are attached to the staff report within the city council agenda that's made public, and this one wasn't. So that was my, so there's no particular reason why it just.
No, I'm sorry. I don't have a reason for that. What we certainly can do is, if you want to continue the item, or if we could post the PO after the fact, so that the public could review it if you'd like that done.
Yeah, if the PO could be posted by tomorrow morning, just so that we're.
Certainly, we can do that.
Okay, thank you. That's it, Mr. Mayor.
All right, let's look at a motion in a second on that item then.
I'll make a motion to approve. Councilmember Penaloza.
Second, Councilmember Becerra.
Roll call vote, please.
Councilmember Becerra.
Yes.
Councilmember Iglesias.
No.
Councilmember Peñalosa.
Yes.
Councilmember Sarmiento.
Yes.
Councilmember Solorio.
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem Villegas.
Yes.
Mayor Pulido.
Yes. I just noticed something. I want to request an abstention for myself on item 25D. I've had a past business with Mr. Rick Kagasoff, and I see if this is a lease agreement for some warehouse space. So, Madam Clerk, if you can please note an abstention for me for that reason on 25D.
Yes, and we will speak on that item because that was one of the items that was pulled. So we'll get to vote on that
Well,
separately.
when it comes up, I'll turn it over to Mayor Pro Tem.
Okay.
And please note my abstention. Now, what are we, what is the next item?
Next item is 25D.
No, 25A.
Oh, I'm sorry, 25A. I apologize.
Yeah, it's 25A that was pulled by myself and Councilmember Becerra.
Go ahead.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. So for this item, almost a year ago, back in May 6th, 2019, the council approved the second ENA with Caribou. This was to allow for the negotiation of the development agreement. And I'm very reluctant to even approve another 6 months of negotiations just to get to a point where we have a development agreement. But given the circumstances in the world today, I'd be willing to agree to the 6-month extension. But what I don't agree with right now is with Section 2 of the draft second ENA, which would allow city staff and the developer to agree to 2 additional 90-day extensions to keep the negotiations going on this development agreement. And that could take negotiations out to May of 2021 with no shovels in the ground, just more talking and negotiating. And I think we really want to see some action on this. I want to see Caribou Industries have a successful project at this site, and I believe that Mike and his team can do it, but I'd actually like to be alive to see it happen. So with that, I would ask that we approve the second ENA to provide the 6 more months until November 6th of this year, but modify the language in Section 2 to read, quote, "The negotiation period may only be extended by approval of the City Council prior to October 23rd of 2020.
Fine, so that's your motion?
Yes.
Mr. Mayor,
Is there a second?
I'll second that,
Go ahead,
Mr. Mayor.
Rosa.
But I'll second Councilmember Becerra's motion, but just wanted to state that that was my reason for pulling it as well. In the negotiation agreement, we do have that 6-month extension with an additional 2 90-day extensions at the pleasure of the city manager and staff. Just wanted to, to me, I want to see things get done. We've done these extensions before with Caribou Industries in regards to this project. I just feel that if we have those 2 extra 90-day extension options, it will give not just Caribou Industries but staff kind of that insurance to say, well, if things don't get done, at least we know that we could get those 2 guaranteed extensions. And I'm not comfortable with that because
I would concur with you, council member. Let's keep pressure on and try to wrap it up.
Good.
If there are no more comments, let's do a roll call vote, please.
Councilmember Becerra?
Yes.
Councilmember Iglesias?
Yes.
Councilmember Peñalosa?
yes.
Councilmember Sarmiento?
I actually do have a comment before I vote, and I just had a question for the city manager. How close are we, Madam City Manager, to finalizing this? And hopefully those 2 extra 90-day extensions were probably more as a matter of practice, but from what I recall our conversation, you were fairly close.
Yes, Councilmember, thank you for the question. We are confident we can get it done within the 6-month period.
Very well. Thank you for that, and with that, I'll vote yes.
Councilmember Solorio?
Thank you. Just a quick comment. I'm supportive, but would ask that our staff keep us updated on the progress of the negotiation, and in particular how parking might be replaced or mitigated, because my understanding the parking that's currently there would be lost for a good chunk of time, and there are often times where it's very hard for people to park in the downtown, and so progress report should discuss that as well. With that, I am an aye. Those are just comments.
Mayor Pro Tem Villegas?
I'm a yes, and thank you very much, Madam City Manager, for clearing that up.
And Mayor Pulido?
I'm a strong yes, but I would ask, let's try to get it done real quick. We've been at this for a long time. I don't even think we should go out to 6 months. Let's try to surprise everybody and get it done quicker if possible. I don't know what it would take to do that, but let's try to, you know, cut that in half possibly. And we've been at this for a while. This is not a new effort. So hopefully with pressure, it can get done quick. So with that, the item passes. What's the next item, Madam Clerk?
25C.
Who had that one?
I pulled that one, Councilmember Iglesias.
Go
I
ahead,
just,
Councilman Iglesias.
I just have a quick question for the city manager. This item is to adopt a side letter agreement with the Santa Ana Management Association. And it states that there's, under the staff report, it states that there's no fiscal impact. Yet I'm seeing some language that's saying that the individuals who are part-time are going to get 75%, I guess, allotted to their time, their sick pay accrual, and their, I would say, sick pay and vacation pay. Is that anything different from where they were at before?
No, council member. This item before you it's a clarification. When we approved the MOU, we moved in a part-time classification, and the MOU didn't establish what the pay rate was for that part-time classification. So we're bringing it back for your approval. It's required to be approved at the council level because CalPERS, our pension provider, requires every employee's rate of pay to be publicly adopted and posted. So they're part-time employees that were in another bargaining group that with the last MOU were transferred into this bargaining group, but it failed to state what their rate of pay is. So it's a correction on listing the rate of pay. So there is no fiscal impact from this item.
Okay, so when they were under the other MOU, then it was the same benefit that they had then?
There is some slight variations between the two different bargaining groups, but for the pay rate is exactly the same rate that's paid to the full-time, same classification. It's just prorated for the part-time hours.
Okay, so but my question is, like you're saying, there's a slight change in classification. So is there like 75%, was that the same amount of accrual time that they were getting in their other MOU?
I will have to defer if we have our HR director on the phone. Oh, he's actually not on the phone. He's behind me. So it was exactly the same, council member.
Yes, good evening.
So then, go ahead.
Good evening. This is Stephen Pham. Thank you, ma'am. The city manager is correct. This position was classified in another MOU, and so we basically moved the position to the new MOU to be consistent with FLSA, which is designated the position as an exempt. So therefore, the real savings actually coming from the fact that we will no longer be paying this employees overtime. Whereas before, the employees belonged to another bargaining group, and they were able to draw overtime, but now by going into SAMA, which is an exempt classification, so they will no longer be earning overtime, but the pay rate and everything's remained the same.
Okay, thank you for the clarification, Stephen.
Thank you.
Would you like to move the item, Councilman Iglesias?
I'll go ahead and move it.
Second from Villegas.
Roll call vote, please.
Councilmember Becerra.
Yes.
Councilmember Iglesias.
Yes.
Councilmember Peñalosa.
Yes.
Councilmember Sarmiento.
Yes.
Councilmember Solorio.
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem Villegas.
Yes.
Mayor Pulido.
Yes. Next item, Madam Clerk.
25D.
I'll turn it over to Mayor Pro Tem Villegas, please.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. 25D, approve a 3-year lease agreement with Rick Kagasaw for warehouse space in the amount of $187,200. It's for the police department. It is to, I believe it's to, what was, Councilmember Peñalosa. Thank you very much. Councilmember, it's all
Thank you, Mr. Mayor Pro Tem. The reason I pulled this item tonight is because last summer, when we had that discussion about I had an item on the agenda over just the crazy amount of gambling, illegal gambling casinos that we see in our city, cyber cafes. And my question to the police department and code enforcement was, why does it take so long for these places to get shut down? We report them. It goes on 3-4 months before we even see the place, closed down and evicted. And one of the reasons was lack of storage space. These machines that exist inside these cyber cafes are gambling machines. They're huge. They're size of pool tables, just to put into perspective to whoever's listening. And so I'm very happy that this item is here, but I want to get reaffirmation from the police department, the city manager. Is this going to help us shut down these cyber cafes quicker, more efficiently? Are we still going to see 3-4 months after a complaint has been made, whether it's from myself or a resident about a known cyber cafe that's obvious to the public? I need to hear it from our city manager, our police chief, that this is going to help us shut down these cyber cafes quicker than it has been in the last couple of years.
Okay. Well, thank you, council member. I certainly can ask that having evidence storage space for those types of items is definitely a help for going after this type of criminal activity. But I'll ask the police chief to speak to how it's going to expedite the process of closing down those types of businesses.
Thank you.
Chief Valentine?
Thank you, City Manager. Yes, thank you, City Manager. Can you hear me?
Yes, we can.
Yes. Hello? Okay, great. Thank you, Councilmember Penalosa, for the question. And yes, the simple answer is yes. Without the storage space, it's difficult, next to impossible, to seize those items and retain them for the period necessary for prosecution. Any delay at this point in terms of responding and expeditiously investigating for resolution is the background work that's got to be done, allegation specific. But again, without the storage space, this was a huge hindrance to our ability to effectively address this issue. So it's very much needed, and it will directly help us facilitate those efforts across the city.
Thank you, Chief Valentin, and for that information. And it's just important for the residents to know, for myself to know, because for months I didn't know the problem we were having with storage space within our department. And my questions were just why are these things not being shut down? I mean, we know about them. They're a nuisance. They're filled with crime all night long, and they just remain open. So thank you for that. I just want to make sure that we let the public know of why these things linger on. They shouldn't, and it's unfortunate, but thank you for that.
Thank you.
So is there a, Councilmember Peñalosa, would you like to make a motion on that?
Yes, I'll make a motion to approve item 25D.
Is there a second?
Second.
Second by Sarmiento. Any other comments from council members? If not, Madam Clerk?
Councilmember Becerra?
Yes.
Councilmember Iglesias?
Yes, I do have a question, if I may. For that one, the storage, it says police department. Is that funding coming from the police department, or is it coming from the general fund or from other funds?
Chief Valentin, if you can answer the question per the city manager.
Yeah, it's coming from general fund.
Okay. Okay, so I'll say yes, but for the future, Christine and whoever sets the agenda, if you could put where the fund is coming from, so this will be something, on the agenda itself, not like in the staff reports, but on the outside, because I know we usually do it for where the money's coming from. That would be greatly appreciated. Thank you.
Okay, Madam Clerk, you can continue.
And Councilmember Iglesias, your vote?
You said yes.
Okay. Councilmember Peñalosa?
Yes.
Councilmember Sarmiento?
Yes.
Councilmember Solorio?
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem Villegas?
Yes.
And then the mayor abstained.
Okay, we can bring the mayor back online.
Yes, thank you, Mayor Pro Tem. Is the next item 25I?
Yes, it is, Councilmember Iglesias.
Go ahead, please.
Okay, so my question was pretty much the same thing I was going to ask, because the states approved an amendment to the agreement with the Santa Fe Building Maintenance in the amount of $52,000, $52,180 for enhanced COVID-related janitorial services for the police department. So I'm wondering, is it the police department the only department that's going to have this type of enhanced janitorial services? Or are we looking to seeing into like other departments too, like maybe Parks and Recs or other departments?
No, council member, we've already implemented enhanced sanitization throughout all of our city facilities. This is the separate contract that does the jail and the police administrative building, and they need to enhance theirs to cover the increase in the cost for their sanitization. But we have already taken care of it in the other facilities.
Oh, okay. And then the same question for this one, Christine, would be, I know it says police department, but where is this funding coming from?
The funding's coming out of field operations.
Okay, so it's from the police department?
It's from field operations, which is primarily funded by the general fund, but there may be an opportunity for some limited reimbursement for the cost.
Okay. And like, like my request for the other item, Christine, if it's possible for futures, like if we could put like where the funding's coming from and the items on the agenda, that would be great.
Certainly. Can I clarify, Councilmember Iglesias? Do you want it in the title? Is that what you were asking?
Yeah,
like sometimes we do the parentheses as to which fund?
Yes, please.
Okay, got it.
Thank you.
Any other questions? Let me just make a suggestion, and this to the city manager mainly, but I believe this is eligible for reimbursement. It's not very much money. You know, the county just received $550 million to fight the coronavirus. We're in a big battle trying to get our fair share of that money. But in the interim, I'd love for us to submit this. I doubt that they could deny it. It's very directly a COVID-19 related expense, and all the other related expenses that we have. We ought to be reimbursed for all of that and a whole lot more. So with that, if there's no more questions, roll call vote, please.
Yeah, Mr. Mayor, this is Councilmember
Yes,
Penaloza.
go ahead.
I just wanted to state, Christine, that I'm okay with having the agenda with the information inside of the staff report as it already is, to avoid just currently more work. I mean, it's in the staff report, so, and that's it.
Councilmember Becerra?
Yes.
Oh, I'm sorry, who motioned in second for clarification? I didn't catch that.
I think Councilmember, didn't Iglesias make a motion?
There was no motion, I believe.
Would you
I'll
like
go ahead and
to,
motion.
Iglesias?
Yeah, I'll go ahead and move in.
And I'll second Villegas.
Councilmember
Go ahead, roll call vote.
Councilmember Becerra?
Yes.
Councilmember Iglesias?
Yes.
Councilmember Peñalosa?
Yes.
Councilmember Sarmiento?
Yes.
Councilmember Soloria?
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem Villegas?
Yes.
Mayor Pulido?
Yes.
Motion carries 7-0.
I believe we now are on item 58. Is there any written communications you want to report, or anybody wish to address it on that item?
Yes, we do, Mayor. We actually had 19 total comments submitted. 18 of them were general comments and 1 in favor.
Okay. So with that, the item is before us. Who would like to address or start discussion?
Mr. Mayor?
Yes, Councilmember Becerra, please.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. The fact that this item is on our agenda tonight in this way is really truly due to the dedication of the residents of Santa Ana that stood up for their community. Before anybody tries to isolate this as an effort or victory for just one neighborhood, for just Park Santiago, or just neighborhoods in one part of the city like the northern part. Let me remind you, though, that over 19,000 residents from across all parts of the city signed the referendum petition in opposition of the proposed project. Let the efforts that have led us to this moment serve as a reminder that the power in Santa Ana is not in the hands of out-of-town special interests and developer money, but rather the power in Santa Ana is in the hands of the people. At times, our city leaders do need to be reminded of that. And most times, that power is exercised during elections. Over the past few months, though, we saw a more proactive exercise of that power, and it was a beautiful thing to witness. And with that, Mr. Mayor, I would like to just jump right into the part that many have been waiting for, and I'd like to make a motion to adopt a resolution accepting the certificate as to verification of signatures from the Orange County Registrar of Voters and the certificate of sufficiency from the clerk of the council, and place an ordinance on first reading and authorized publication of title, an ordinance of the City Council of the City of Santa Ana, California, repealing ordinance number NS-2980, approving amendment application number 2018-10, rezoning the property located at 2525 North Main Street from professional P to specific development number 93, AA number 2018-10, and adopting specific development number 93, SD 93 for said property.
I'll second, Mr. Mayor. Councilmember Penaloza.
Thank you, Councilmember Penaloza. Councilman Penaloza, as a seconder, would you like to make comment?
Say that again?
Do you have a comment along with your motion to second?
Yeah,
If
I
not,
mean,
that's okay.
Just
Go ahead.
Absolutely. Just wanted to thank the community and the residents of Santa Ana for really, I mean, they put in the work and they got this done, and that was to me inspiring, eye-opening, and that's what, government should be about. This is, your government, and I'm talking to the residents of Santa Ana, and this is how things should be done. If you don't like the decisions your elected leaders made, then you go get signatures or vote them out. And that's the beauty of democracy. So I'm very thankful for you guys for all the hard work. I'm happy to stand with you today and offer my support.
Thank you for that. Other comments from other council members?
Yes, this is Councilmember Iglesias.
Yes, go ahead, please.
Okay, so I'm very I'm happy that we're here talking about this ordinance coming before us, and I'm very proud of the residents of Santa Ana that came together to stand with each other. I also want to thank staff for providing all the options for this project, and the community coming together on this project. It's just an amazing thing that just happened before us. I would also like to commend the developer, though, for his efforts in trying to find a project that would benefit the neighborhood and the city as a whole. Throughout this process, Mr. Mayor, I have kept constant communication with both the developer and the residents who have supported this project, and also those who did not support the project. I just want to let you all know that on February 29th, I did commit to rescinding my vote and gave my word to the Santa Ana resident, Janelle McLaughlin. You may all know her. I had mentioned to her that this project has taken a lot of emotions and time from everyone involved. And although I still believe this project is a great project and would be great for this location, the one thing that I did share with Janelle was that I would not allow this to continue, as it is very draining both physically for everyone and financially. It was no secret that I would take a stand to do what is right for both the residents and the property owner, and that's what I did. And but I'm happy that we're here and that we're going to give it another try to see what we can do with this project. I have been having conversations with our city attorney, the city manager, on the options that we have to bring this process to an end. So, I was going to wait till this came to the agenda, and I'm happy that it's here before us, because I don't want to make it political. So I just want us to, focus on what's doing right for the city. And so thank you all for coming together more than anything. This is the type of support that we need all over the city, not just here with this project, but all over Santa Ana. There's a lot of things that are affecting us. And just the way the community came together on this project, I would ask the community for us to come together when it comes to other things that really affect affect us as a whole also. So one thing that really is affecting us now is this whole homeless issue and how we have to stand together to make sure that we do what's best for the city of Santa Ana. So one question I do have for the city manager is after, we're asking to see if we can do option number 1, which I'm support of. What's next? Does this mean that everything's off the table? What happens with, with the litigation that's happening? Where are we with that, and how are we going to move forward? So if you could just answer those questions, because I know there were some questions too about the future of the building. Will it stand? Will it be demolished? Is that things that you can answer right now?
I'll try my best, council members. So this is the introduction of an ordinance to repeal another ordinance, so it does require a second reading before there's any action taken. I'll defer to Sonia on any conversations about where the litigation stands. I do think that litigation would continue on with certain elements of it. In regards to the building, once the ordinance is repealed, if the landowner submitted for a demolition permit, I believe it would be approved.
Okay, thank you. And so Sonia?
Yes, this is City Attorney. Council member, there are 2 pending lawsuits at the moment. One involves a CEQA challenge, and the other involves a challenge to the referendum process itself. So with respect to CEQA, if there is a second reading and the project is fully rescinded, that CEQA challenge would become unnecessary. And I believe I talked with the plaintiff or the petitioner's attorney, and is likely to be resolved. With respect to the referendum petition, it's possible that litigation would continue forward. It would really be up to the developer at that point if the developer wanted to continue to challenge.
Okay, so then those are the questions that I have. And I have a question on individuals that wanted to speak on this item. How were they able to do that? Because I'm getting some text that they were not able to comment if they wanted to.
So the only ways for the public, members of the public to submit their comments is through email. And we have submitted that to all the council members, and we have it posted on the website as well.
Okay, so they're not able to do it live then?
Not by phone, no, it's just going to be the public hearing items and general public comment period. So those items that are not on the agenda, those are the 2 periods that we're opening up the line for the public to call in.
Oh, okay, so if somebody wanted to make a comment on this, they could do it during public comments then?
Yes, yes.
Okay, thank you.
All right, thank you. Other comments?
Mr. Mayor, I have a question for the city attorney, just for the benefit of the public, because I think most of us on the council are fairly aware. But can you speak to the legal questions that are still outstanding before the court about the signature gathering process and whether timelines were met? I know there's different points of view and it's still in court, but can you describe what those issues at hand are?
Yes, so council member, as I mentioned, we have 2 lawsuits still pending, the CEQA case and then also a challenge to the referendum. The challenge to the referendum focuses on a few key questions, such as should the city clerk have accepted the referendum petition on February 24th when the 30 days ended on February 22nd? Another question that was asked is, didn't the ordinance actually take effect on the 30th day, which would have been February 22nd? Thirdly, was there any error by the clerk or the county registrar in accepting and counting the signatures based on the date that they were submitted? And then finally, does the council have authority to act because the lawsuit is pending? Earlier today, I did submit for all of the council members an attorney-client privilege memorandum in which each of these questions were addressed. But I am pleased to say that our outside legal counsel has opined that the city clerk did act correctly in accepting the petitions and has a ministerial duty to act this evening and presenting them to the council.
Thank you.
Thank you for that, Madam City Attorney. I think it was strong and clear. Any additional comments by council members?
Yeah, thank you, Mr.
Mr.
Mayor.
Mayor?
This is Councilmember Sarmiento.
Go ahead.
Thank you. Well, listen, I first want to start off because I know there's been a lot of communication and there's been a lot of deliberation on this, and so I want to thank a lot of members of the community and the neighborhood, and really people from all over the city who sent some very kind emails, and I certainly appreciate that. And I, want to especially thank some of the neighbors who were very thoughtful and objective and neutral in speaking with me throughout this process and allowing me some time to reflect. It's ironic, but this time that we've had at home sometimes gives you some moments for pause, and you're able to reflect and have that luxury of time to sit back and consider things in detail. So I certainly want to thank them for that. And it wasn't easy. This process isn't a simple one, but I think we're at a moment where we can really recapture this conversation about that site. And I think it brings us back to another threshold or another phase where we can talk about what can be, and that's maybe where we need to start when we address any applications or proposals. Is let's have those conceptual conversations first before we delve in and get things worked up and then bring it for the consideration of the council when they're all fully baked. I think what we need to do is almost reverse engineer how this process is supposed to work, which is to first have that conversation with those impacted immediately, and then move on from there. And I think the council, especially those members whose ward these applications and proposals reside in, need to take some leadership, because I always try to give deference to members of the council who are dealing with issues or matters within their jurisdiction. So I would just simply say, let's use this as a learning experience, so when we do address other sensitive and controversial matters that there may be a lot of discussion, let's alert our staff to make sure that they bring those before us as soon as possible. And we have those conversations with ourselves, our staff, and neighbors that are affected. I was on the council when we adopted the Sunshine Ordinance, and the premise and the spirit behind that was a solid one, was to do things early on and to do it in the transparency of daylight and make sure everybody understood what we were doing, including our residents. And unfortunately, it seems to have become more of a check-the-box process, and that's something that doesn't help. It leads us to moments where we have a lot of very difficult moments. There's tension. There's an adversarial setting when this could be a really fluid process. So I hope that we learn from this experience, and moving forward, let's do things as we intended them to be when we adopted the Sunshine Ordinance, which was, completely in the daylight, and to make sure that everybody is put on notice very early. So if there are any things that we need to adjust, we do those early on, and we also give our applicants and our folks who want to do business with the city plenty of notice in advance to say, there just doesn't seem to be support, because I hate misleading people, no matter who they are, whether they're residents or whether they're folks that want to do work with the city. That's just not, I don't think that's an intelligent, thoughtful, or smart way to do things. So those are my comments. I know that we're going to be going into another phase, and so I look forward to engaging with a lot of folks who communicated to me, and I look forward to having that second phase of the discussion of what can be. But with those comments, I am supportive of item number 1, and I am supportive of option number 1 on the second item under this matter. Thank you.
Mr. Mayor, I'd like to make a comment.
Go ahead, Mayor Pro Tem.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. So to the residents of Santa Ana who are hearing this, months ago, I remember being here in the council chambers, and I was saying that I was very proud of all of you for putting up a good fight trying to get this turned around. And I remember a woman yelled out, we're not done yet. And boy, were you right. You're not done yet. You got all the signatures, you stayed committed, you kept your eye on the ball, you stayed strong. And today I say I'm very proud of you again, but now with this victory in sight. So thank you to all who collected signatures and went out and walked, and you were out there with your heart in your hand trying to get this done. So I'm very proud of you, and thank you very much for staying the course.
Thank you. Additional comments?
Yes, Mr. Mayor, I'd like to speak.
Go ahead.
When possible. Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I know some comments were made about kind of where we've been on the project and where we might go. I think most of you know that this is a project that most of the council members currently on the dais inherited from the prior council. I think from the prior council, Councilmember Sarmiento was there, who I think most of the time then and now has been supportive until recently. I think Mr. Mayor has generally been in opposition throughout. I think the prior council members and staff recruited the developer to look at that property, and I totally agree that there should have been more discussion with the neighborhoods before getting so involved. When I was elected for this term, this was one of the bigger issues, and I knew there was still a very big divide between the developer and the neighborhood, and I made a motion and supported the idea of a year for it to go back to the planning staff and planning commission and the developer to work with the neighborhood more closely. The project got cut in half, both in terms of units and related traffic. They also, towards the end, created a very innovative partnership with the Discovery Science Center that would have made it better for them and safer for the kids. And I know whether or not this project continues to move forward somehow, that still would be an option for the developer and the community and the Discovery Science Center, and I would encourage that. But for the reasons that the city attorney mentioned, there are still legal questions before the court about the petitions. I'm going to respectfully this time abstain from this item, and hopefully these legal questions will be resolved before the ordinance comes back. Thank you.
Mr. Mayor?
Yes, go ahead, Councilman, and then I'll make a comment. Councilmember Becerra, go ahead.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I've got two questions for Sonia. I initially started off with one, but now I've been provoked into a second one. So the first one I had was, just for clarification purposes, the motion that I put forward on the table, there's been no action by the courts that would preclude us from being able to take this action tonight. In other words, there's been no judicial relief obtained by the party suing us, and no court order enjoining the city from doing anything. Is that correct?
Correct. There was an attempt to obtain a temporary restraining order, which was denied by the court, and there was a hearing date on the overall case, but that has been postponed. And in our opinion, and in the opinion of our outside legal counsel, there's no legal restrictions to you taking action this evening.
Thank you, Madam City Attorney. And my second and last question is, unless there's a financial conflict, is there any reason that anybody, I would say on the dais, but let's just say on the call from the council, should be abstaining from this vote?
There's no, as I understand the stated abstention, there's no legal reason why one would abstain, and council members are always encouraged to take an action on a vote. But I think that we do have a practice at the city of some people abstaining on a matter when they feel that they personally don't have enough information, or if they have a personal belief that something is restricting them from acting.
Well, but I mean, a practice, Madam City Attorney, a practice doesn't make it correct. I could, you know, if I do something wrong, that doesn't make it right, and the thing that everybody should ordain and allow to continue. So I think in this point here, and Mr. Mayor, I just ask that we have every member of this council take a vote on the motion unless they have a financial or other lawful reason not to take that vote.
I agree with that, Mr. Mayor. This is Councilmember Penaloza. It's important that we all, do the duty we were elected to do and took an oath to do. If we don't have any financial investments or legal reason of why we have to abstain, I would like for all of us to take a vote.
Well, look, we can request that. Ultimately, it's up to each one of us and our conscience and how we want to handle it. But I agree that it is, best to, state a reason as clear as possible. Councilor Solorio, I don't know if you want to say anything addition to what you've said. If so, I'd like to offer you that opportunity. But if not, then I'll make comment and then I'll call for the vote.
Mr. Mayor,
No,
maybe.
go ahead, Mr. Mayor. I already made my comment.
Mr. Mayor,
Oh, you already have? Okay. Thank you.
Yeah, I hear the council member is allowed to, Mayor Pro Tem Villegas here. I understand the council member is allowed to have his opinion, and I just wish he would have had that opinion a while back. Thank you.
All right. Let me make some comment, and then I'll go ahead and after my comments, I think we've all spoken, and I'll ask for the question. I just want to thank a whole lot of residents that worked incredibly hard. Dale, I know you were, the leader in many ways, but I also know that you were not alone. Not only your wife and neighbors, but neighbors from throughout the city, residents, they had they raised money to get additional signatures. I know at times you were, harassed when you were out there getting signatures. You were threatened. It was an amazing effort, like the one, one doesn't see in decades. But here, everybody came together, worked extremely hard, and now, others have been convinced after your position, and so I want to, commend you for your efforts, and just state that only you know how hard you worked, truly. But I know from what I was able to watch and to participate and to assist in, I just saw your very, very deep commitment. And just a couple stories. I know that, there's an older gentleman that when he knew money was needed, I think he got in a car, drove across town, and came in and gave a check and inspired a lot of other people to follow suit. I also know that, you prepared yourself as much as you could, because a lot of, people with a lot of experience and expertise just didn't give you a chance in the world. It's like, no way. It's too many signatures. It's too difficult. It's too big. It's too long. It's too short a period. Yet you prevailed. So with that, it is now my honor to say, Madam Clerk, can you take the vote, please?
Councilmember Becerra?
Yes.
Councilmember Iglesias? Councilmember Iglesias?
Oh, sorry, you had it on mute. Yes.
Councilmember Peñalosa?
Yes.
Councilmember Sarmiento?
Yes.
Councilmember Solorio?
Not voting.
I'm sorry, I couldn't hear you. Could you repeat that?
I'm not voting for the reasons stated before. Thank you.
Mayor Pro Tem Villegas?
Yes.
Mayor Pulido?
A strong yes.
Okay, 6-1. Motion carries. And now we're at 55A.
Okay. Does anybody wish to say anything relative to item 55A?
This is Councilmember Iglesias. I just have a question for the, if I may.
Go ahead.
Okay, for the city manager, what exactly are we doing with this item, which says adopt a resolution to approve the relocation plan for the Legacy Square project at 609 North Spurgeon Street?
Certainly, council members. So the item before you is just to adopt a resolution to approve the relocation plan, and it's the relocation plan of the developer. So National Core is doing an affordable housing project, and under California law, if they're doing a project that entails the relocation of anybody, they have to file a relocation plan with the local jurisdiction. So we're not relocating anybody, we're just approving what this developer's relocation plan is as required by law.
Okay. And this is just like for the churches that were, I guess, congregating at that site, right? Because this is the one on Spurgeon by the United Methodist Church?
So on the property, it's the Santa Ana United Methodist Church, and they had two tenants that were operating in there, Iglesias Avivamiento and La Gran Caseca Church. So those are the two tenants that would require relocation.
Oh, okay, but that money is coming from them, not the city.
Yeah, the burden for the relocation expense is with the developer, not the city.
Okay, thank you.
Additional question or comments? If not, I'd entertain a motion.
Motion to approve.
I'll second. Councilmember Penaloza.
Roll call vote.
Councilmember Becerra?
Yes.
Councilmember Iglesias?
Yes.
Councilmember Peñalosa?
Yes.
Councilmember Sarmiento? Councilmember Solorio?
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem Villegas?
Yes.
Mayor Pulido?
Yes.
6-0, motion carries. And we're at 55B.
Our next item, Madam Clerk.
55B, as in boy.
Okay, this is to adopt a resolution to provide a continuation of a partially paid temporary military leave of absence for city employees
Villegas,
called active duty. I would entertain a motion.
Villegas, motion to approve.
I'll second.
Second.
Councilmember Penaloza.
Any comments? If not, roll call vote, Madam Clerk.
Councilmember Becerra?
Yes.
Councilmember Iglesias?
Yes.
Councilmember Peñalosa?
Yes.
Councilmember Sarmiento is absent. Councilmember Solorio?
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem Villegas?
Yes.
And Mayor Pulido?
Yes.
Motion
Item
carries.
55C is the next item.
Mr. Mayor?
Resolution for
Mr.
submittal
Mayor?
of the grant application.
Mr. Mayor?
Yes.
Councilmember Becerra, just a point of clarification, if we could, that I know that the city clerk mentioned that item 50A was a 6-1, but actually it was a unanimous vote of support, 6-0, with one member abstaining.
Yes, that's
That is
correct.
correct. Is that the way you recorded it, Madam Clerk?
Yes, I have that recorded that way. I may not have said it that way, but I have it recorded that way.
Thank you.
C. Mayor Pulido, are you there?
Yeah, 65C, it's the submittal of a grant application for the State Coastal Conservancy. Renovation of the 17th Street Triangle Park and a rest stop in the amount of $544,000. I would entertain
Move the
a
item.
motion.
Second by Villegas.
Any questions? If not, I'll ask for a roll call vote. Roll call vote.
Councilmember Becerra?
Yes.
Councilmember Iglesias?
Yes.
Councilmember Peñalosa?
Yes.
Councilmember Sarmiento? Oh, I'm sorry, 55C? The grant application to the state coastal.
Right.
Yes.
Councilmember Solorio?
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem Villegas?
Yes.
Mayor Pulido?
Yes. Item 55D is in David. There's a resolution declaring city-owned properties acquired for various roadway improvement projects as surplus land, directing city manager to comply with requirements of California law. Is there a motion on this item?
So moved.
I'll second the item.
Madam Clerk, can you please, for the record, just state the maker of the motion, the second? I know who they are, but just for the record.
Councilmember Sarmiento motioned and seconded by Councilmember Peñalosa.
Yes. Now roll call vote.
Councilmember Becerra.
Yes.
Councilmember Iglesias.
Yes.
Councilmember Peñalosa.
Yes.
Councilmember Sarmiento.
Yes.
Councilmember Solorio.
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem Villegas.
Yes. Yes.
Mayor Pulido.
Yes.
Motion carries 7-0. 55.
Item 55E. This is a motion adopting a resolution authorizing grant funding requests under Measure M2. It's basically for our city streets, and it's a potential application of, I believe, $13.5 million in new revenue. Is there a motion?
Motion to approve, Villegas.
Second by Peñalosa.
Thank you.
But
Any comment? If not, I'll ask for a vote.
Yeah, Mr. Mayor,
Roll.
I
Go
just
ahead.
would like to ask the city manager or the chief financial officer, director of finance, to if you guys could explain just for the public's sake, just why this is here and what the kind of the whole background behind it. Brief little, as briefly as you can, please.
Certainly, council members. So the city of Santa Ana is eligible for a formula share of M2 as well as able to participate in the competitive grant process. As most people are aware, we did have an audit performed by OCTA auditors, and they found that some of our overhead allocations were disallowed, which they made us ineligible to participate in both of these types of programs. And so we were subject to another year audit of 100% test work. They audited everything that we had. We passed that. We are now unsuspended. We're back in the program, and the account will be released for the dollars that were held. And for this upcoming, we are able to participate in attempting to get this, the grant money on a competitive basis, as well as receive our fair share based on the formula.
Thank you, Madam City Manager. So with the audit that was done, our financial audit, we came out with 100% accuracy, correct?
Yes, part of the request from the OCTA board chair was to do a 100% audit, and as a former auditor, I can tell you that you usually do sampling, but we were subjected to, and we did pass. We do have to undergo a second year audit under those same parameters.
That's good. I just want to thank Miss Catherine, our finance director, and our city manager for your leadership on this and for getting us to 100%. Thank you.
Any additional comment?
Yes, Mr. Mayor. This is Councilmember Sarmiento.
Go ahead, Sarmiento. Councilmember Sarmiento.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. And you probably know this intimately more in detail than we do, but I want to thank staff and everybody who helped address this 100% audit, which is, in my opinion, completely irregular and something that is rarely done. And in my opinion, it was done as a punitive measure by the supervisor in District 1 to be adamantly more harsh with Santa Ana than he has with other jurisdictions. And this was really unwarranted. So to the extent that this is not only having to be done by our staff and talking about how precious and valuable staff time is, we not only had to do it once, but we're going to have to do it again. So let us all remember these acts of of really, irresponsibility on behalf of our friends across the street. And I say that obviously tongue in cheek, but that was not a good way to behave, and that was not a good way to expend our staff time, especially now that we're going to be finding ourselves having to do this once more. I just, again, hats off to staff. I certainly wish we could have avoided it. I hope you did what you could, Mr. Mayor, to try to prevent that from happening at the Transit Authority, but certainly I think, hopefully our residents know how appalling it is to have to deal with this nonsense. So those are my comments.
Thank
Mr.
you
Mayor?
for that. I've got comments as well, but additional comment?
Mr. Mayor, Councilmember Becerra here.
Go ahead.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I want to join in the chorus of my colleagues and also thank our staff for getting us through this. And thank you, Councilmember Sarmiento, for your comments in regards to our friends across the street, because it's really disappointing that was happening. Especially, it's one thing if it came from another entity that was trying to take the money away from us to send it somewhere else. But I mean, it was really just, kind of shooting yourself in the foot, so to speak, when you're, going after cities within your jurisdiction. So it was disappointing, but I think we are blessed here in Santa Ana to have some great staff that were able to get through this audit. And thank you, Mr. Mayor, for what you're doing for us over at OCTA as well.
Thank you.
Mayor, are you still there? I think his call dropped. Mayor Pro Tem. Yes, Mayor's call dropped, so if you wouldn't mind. We have a motion? Yes, we're at 55E, we still have a,
55E.
yes, we have a motion and a second.
We have a motion and a second. So hopefully we get the mayor back online. And Madam Clerk, can you do a roll call, please?
Mr. Mayor Pro Tem?
Yes, sir.
Given that the mayor's line dropped, and I know he had said he had a comment on this, do you want to go to the next item and maybe revisit this once he's back on with us so he can comment on
That's a
this?
great idea. I think we will do that. After all, the mayor is on the board, I believe. We're going to take a quick pause. We'll move over to, which is the next item?
65A.
65A is the reports, receive and file, updated revenue estimates related to COVID-19 from the hiring freeze to all all city positions, approve the appropriation adjustment to transfer monies from the refuse fund to the general fund, direct staff to prepare a draft budget for the fiscal year of 2020 to 21, utilizing one-time funding, provide preliminary budget direction, and direct staff to provide feasibility analysis and related to the issuance of a pension obligation. So do we have anyone, is there a presentation, Madam City Manager?
Thank you, Mayor Pro Tem. This item is to provide you with our most recent revenue updates and seek direction as we endeavor to adjust the current year budget to meet our new revenue projections and to prepare our next fiscal year's proposed budget. While we have certainly been very busy facing the multitude of challenges brought on by the pandemic, we recognize that the fiscal challenges are really just beginning and will have impacts beyond the life of the pandemic. We are looking for guidance at taking necessary steps to ensure that we adjust the organization's spending to match the decline in our tax revenues, and I'm very confident that under your leadership, we will successfully manage our way through this and emerge even stronger. I will now turn it over to Finance Director Catherine Downs, and she has a presentation.
Thank you, Madam City Manager, and thank you, Mayor and Mayor Pro Tem and City Council. The purpose of this report tonight is to give you a preliminary look at the COVID impact on our city finances. We'd also like to obtain some preliminary direction from you for our next budget process. The recommended actions tonight include receiving and filing our latest revenue estimates, Our situation is constantly changing, and this is the best information that we have so far. Affirming the hiring freeze, there were some recent exceptions made for the police department, specifically for dispatch. And we'd like you to approve the $6.6 million transfer of general fund money out of the solid waste fund. So over the last 10 years, franchise fees, which are general fund revenue, have been deposited into the solid waste fund. The subsequent transfers to the general fund were less than the franchise fee revenue received. Therefore, the solid waste fund has accumulated money that should have been deposited into the general fund in the first place. Number 4, we'd like to see if you would like to direct staff to include use of our $3 million economic uncertainty reserve for the draft budget if it's deemed necessary. And then finally, we'd like you to see if you'd want to direct us to return with a pension obligation bond feasibility analysis.
I'm back, Mayor Pro Tem. I don't know what happened, but somehow I disconnected.
Thank you
But
very
I'm back.
Thank you very much. We're still in the middle of the presentation. Is that correct, Ms. Downs?
Yes.
And then, go ahead, sir. It's all yours.
Please continue, Madam City Manager.
Thank you. And this is Catherine Downs, the Finance Director. On this slide here in front of you, we expect that the stay-at-home order will affect nearly half of our general fund revenue, most notably including sales tax, business license tax, hotel visitors tax, and fee revenues. We're expecting overall general fund revenue decreases of $12.35 million in the current year and $15.1 million for the next fiscal year. These estimates will change as we learn more. We expect to provide updated information to the City Council in May. Based on the decrease in property assessments during the Great Recession in 2008-2009, we expect property tax may decrease by about $15 million the following fiscal year, or 14 months from now, just to be clear. The activity for the upcoming property assessments for this next fiscal year have largely occurred prior to coronavirus. Due to the loss of jobs and change of habits, we do not expect a quick recovery after these revenue losses. Some of our other potential revenue impacts include gas tax. The League of California Cities provided a preliminary estimate of the gas tax decreasing by 20 to 30% this year. That would be the equivalent of $3 to $4 million for Santa Ana. The League plans to publish updated estimates after the governor publishes his May revision to the proposed state budget. We do have an accumulated fund balance of $14 million in the gas tax fund. OCTA has provided a preliminary estimate that our Measure M2 revenue may decrease by $1.3 million. This would be the local fair share portion, which may result in project delays. We are expecting additional state and federal money totaling at least $6.5 million at this point, and some of it has actually already been received. However, this revenue is limited to COVID-related costs not already budgeted. The revenue at this point is not intended to make up for our revenue losses. Here we provide a summary of our preliminary strategies for balancing the budget. For the current fiscal year, we're proposing to use the $6.6 million of general fund money that was accumulated in the other fund, as well as a hiring freeze to offset revenue losses. For next fiscal year, we expect to propose a combination of strategies. The City Council may consider directing us to look for potential concessions from labor groups or pursue an issuance of pension obligation bonds. One of the recommended actions is to affirm the hiring freeze that was already put in place. The general fund vacancy rate is close to 10%. If we don't fill those vacancies, we may expect current year savings of $7 million. an annualized savings of $8.6 million. Again, there was a recent minor exception made for police dispatchers. Roughly 3/4 or 300 of our part-time employees are currently not working. This summary here includes the updated revenue estimates and the assumption that we offset revenue losses with the hiring freeze and transfer general fund money out of the other fund to maintain the estimated ending fund balance of $67 million. Based on City Council policy, the operating reserve provides for ongoing cash flow needs and is maintained at 16.67% of annual general fund revenue. That's equivalent to 2 months of operating budget. The Economic Uncertainty Reserve is to offset any major variations in tax receipts and has been maintained at 1% of annual general fund revenue. Based upon the expected revenue loss for next fiscal year, we may need to use both the available balance of $13 million and the Economic Uncertainty Reserve of $3 million to preserve service levels. The unfunded pension liability is a debt already on the city's balance sheet. The payments on the debt continue to grow each year. Recent CalPERS investment losses will affect the fiscal year 22-23 payment, which is 26 months from now. We may be able to refinance the debt with a lower interest rate. CalPERS charges us 7% on this unfunded liability. We have an analysis suggesting we could save as much as $7 million per year. If we were to proceed with issuing pension obligation bonds to refinance the unfunded liability, we would use the debt proceeds to make strategically targeted payments to CalPERS. The unfunded pension liability has many layers, and you can choose to pay specific layers that give you the biggest bang for the buck. There are risks associated with pension obligation bonds. After the bonds are issued and the proceeds are sent to CalPERS, they may suffer additional investment losses. Issuing bonds does not pay off the pension liability. It shifts the liability from one bucket to another on the balance sheet. Liability, both the same. Going forward, if CalPERS assumptions for investment earnings are not met, the pension liability will continue to grow. If the City Council directs us to, we can bring back a feasibility analysis, which would be just the first step to see if it's even feasible. Based upon current market instability, we should not issue bonds until the market settles down. That's my recommendation. So that concludes the prepared presentation. Thank you for allowing me to make it. We're ready to answer any additional questions or any questions, and we welcome any additional direction that you may have for us at this time.
Council members, any comments or questions?
Yes, Mr. Mayor, this is Councilmember Sarmiento. Thank you.
Go ahead, please. Go ahead.
Thank you, and I want to thank staff and our finance director for presenting this. I know that this is a snapshot of this moment in time. That doesn't mean that these are static numbers, nor will these change. So I think that this is obviously very important for us to be looking at, periodically, and obviously right now, on the eve of starting our conversations about the budget. But this is certainly a sobering look of what none of us expected at the beginning of the year. I thought, my outlook was certainly optimistic, and things seemed to be trending, in a really, really positive way, and it looked like we had a good handle on where we were going. And unfortunately, this happened, and we're all having to reconsider and rethink some things. And I've been down this road before when we went through the recession in 08 and 09, and it wasn't fun. And you remember that, Mr. Mayor, as well. We were meeting every week because it was similar to this. It was just performing triage and trying to make sure that we stayed afloat and we try to protect as many of our members of the city family as we possibly could. So I understand that we're trying to ensure that none of this goes sideways on us. But one question I had, and maybe this is for you, Madam City Attorney, or for the city manager and staff. Looking at item number 3, which is the appropriation adjustment of $6.6 million to the general fund from the refuse enterprise, or the trash fund, for lack of a better term. I know that we had, in the past, when we've done any transfers from these funding sources to the general fund, we usually supported it or buttressed it with an analysis from a third-party independent consultant to say, no 218 violations, this is all fine, and, we kind of hung our hat on that. Do we, and I know this is, again, obviously, we're the immediacy of everything may not allow, but do we have anything like that, or how confident do you feel that we're in compliance with Prop 218?
I feel very compliant. I'm sorry, City Attorney, go ahead.
Council member, yes, you have a very good memory and an understanding of Proposition 218. In normal circumstances, without a set of findings, you cannot move money from an enterprise fund into the general fund. There are exceptions for that, but my understanding, and I'll let our staff address it, is that there were some monies left in the enterprise fund that should have been transferred. I do have a concern that our auditors did not discover that, or perhaps our auditors did discover it and former personnel did not address the issue. But if the City Council can find, based on the staff representations, that it truly is franchise money that got stuck in that fund and wasn't properly transferred, we can document that. And I believe staff does have some comments to address it.
Yes, we do actually have documentation. This was money that should have never been deposited into the solid waste fund in the first place. So this is really an error correction. It's something that evolved over time, and because it is over a long time period and we do have it well documented, it fell below the materiality threshold, which is part of, which may address part of the city attorney's concern about why the auditors didn't find this. So as that money was coming in, transfers of lesser amounts were being made, and it was just that incremental difference between the two that just accumulated over time. And it actually took us quite a while to unravel all this. We've been working on it for about a year now.
Well, again, I just want to reiterate what I said. Thank you to staff for combing through things. I know you're going through things, a lot more carefully because we have to these days. So, it's fortuity, I guess, and, maybe the sloppiness of times before you all led to this, but in the end, I think it inures to our benefit right now. Just two more questions on the reserve fund. Where does that bring us to on the threshold? I know that we had set our reserves originally at 20%, then we reduced it down to, I think, 17%. Are we still within that? Because I think we had two funds, right? There was the reserve fund, and then there was the economic uncertainty fund, which was almost a joint fund. Which one are we talking about, I guess, on this one?
Right. The operating reserve and the economic uncertainty reserve are actually two different buckets of the same fund balance. And so the general fund balance includes both reserve amounts and some additional money. And so that operating reserve is being maintained at 16.67%, which is in compliance with the City Council policy. That's $51.7 million. Then the economic uncertainty reserve, the City Council policy says to maintain 1% to 10%. We have been maintaining the 1%, which is a little over $3 million. And in addition to that, we have, so that only adds up to close to $55 million. And we actually have an expected ending fund balance of $67 million, so that and some change, and so that leaves us $13 million of available fund balance above and beyond those two reserve buckets. That $13 million, if we were to transfer this $6.6 million over to take care of that error correction, that $13 million would increase up to $19.6 million.
Thank you for that. And just my final comment is that, given where we are and how uncertain times are, it's good to know that we have a reserve fund and we have monies that we can draw from, because I recall during the recession and Mr. Mayor, you'll recall this, our operating budget went as low as $3 million. I mean, that was a very, very scary moment back when we hit that low, because there was no reserve fund. There was no policy in effect, and I believe that was the council that Councilman Solorio served on, and we inherited that thin, skeletal budget. So, look, we corrected it. It was very painful, but we set into effect a policy that in the event any other unforeseen catastrophe like this one occurs, we would have some monies to draw on. And we called it a rainy day fund. And that's what most families do. When things happen, they set aside money because we never know what could happen, whether it's an illness, whether it's unemployment, and for us, whether it's a pandemic. So I am very proud that we took those steps back then, because at least now these are painful decisions we're making, but we have something to lean on. So with that, I just want to thank staff for presenting this to us.
Mr. Mayor, I also have some
Thank you.
comments.
Go ahead, please go ahead, Councilman Alonso.
Thank you. I just wanted to thank my colleague, Councilmember Sarmiento, with some of the same questions that I had in regards to option number 3. So thank you, staff and Madam City Attorney, for clarifying that we are, okay legally to transfer, money from the Refuse Enterprise Fund to the general fund. That was my concern from the beginning, and as well as no, that was it actually. That was the only question I had. So I'm happy that Councilmember Sarmiento asked that. So thank you.
Thank you. Additional comments?
Mr. Mayor?
Yes, go ahead, Councilman Becerra.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I too want to thank staff, and not to sound like I want to parrot what the other members are saying, but I had the same question regarding the refuse fund, but thank you, staff, for answering that. And I don't envy your task today and times ahead where we've got to figure out how we're going to navigate through this pandemic crisis. But I feel good knowing that you guys are at the helm as far as staff side, and thank you again.
Thank you. Additional comments?
Mr. Mayor, I'd like to speak
Yes.
when
Go ahead,
possible.
Councilman Solorio.
Okay. And then Ceci.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Just a few things. Yes, also glad that the sanitation fee question got asked and answered. 3 other points regarding the pension stabilization fund. I think it's also important to note amongst ourselves and for the public that we were looking at this option previously. I know our city manager probably has mentioned this concept to you in the previous weeks, and it does look like that's an emerging best practice, and really best summarized by its redoing debt but at a lower cost. And I think it at least merits a feasibility analysis to see what that would mean for us, because it would save us money, but also it would keep pensions stable for employees currently in the future. So I think that's great. With respect to the hiring freeze, very supportive of that, and from the very beginning thought that our city and others should do that. But I think it needs to be a smart hiring freeze, and that there are some situations where our city manager needs to continue to have discretion. We have some positions, for example, in the jail, that given contractual arrangements that we got to have certain staffing levels. Also in dispatch and public safety, there may be some that are very critical that do need to be filled, as well as we finally got on a good pace to hire, and we always have a continuous range of retirement. So I would not like us to see completely stop our police officer and dispatcher efforts. Wouldn't like to see them completely stop, but I do realize it's important to have something citywide, but with some discretion. And then finally, I do think that staff has done a very good job putting an initial snapshot together what our finances today and in the future are. And as we continue to have them look at finances as well as us ourselves, I think it's also important to go back and look at Measure X to see how residents thought we were going to spend those dollars. many of you might remember that last year I really felt like there was a big disconnect with what we told the voters the money was going to be spent on and what we ultimately ended up spending it on, which was largely operational. Not that that was inappropriate, but I think there was a call for action really regarding homelessness, reducing 911 response times, and a few other things. So we should largely have a workload-based budget, but hopefully we could keep in mind Measure X dollars, because there's a lot of people that are really feeling that pinch right now, and I know that we get questions still about whether that rate is still appropriate or not, and I think at the minimum we can spend the money wisely. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you. Additional comments? Councilmember Iglesias, did you have comments?
Yes. Thank you,
Please
Mr.
go
Mayor.
ahead.
Okay, so I have a few comments, and actually, we wouldn't be in this mess if we would not approve that $25 million raise to the police. That's it's interesting that we have $27 million that we're deficit, and it's $25 million that we could have waited to see where we were at. And like Councilmember Sarmiento said, that rainy fund that we should be having, rainy day fund that we should be having like we do in our homes. And that's one thing that I've always asked our city staff and also my colleagues to always look at. So it's a shame that we're even looking at this right now, because we could have avoided this, But my question is to Catherine or to the city attorney is the number 3, where it says approve an appropriation adjustment for the refused enterprise fund to the general fund. So these are fees that are collected from residents, correct?
The franchise fee is actually charged to the state, the solid waste hauler. And the solid waste hauler factors that when they are requesting the fees to be set.
But these are fees paid by the residents.
Ultimately, yes.
Yes, okay. So instead, my recommendation would be, instead of putting it in the general fund, because we don't know where the general fund allocates, you just put it wherever. This is the time that we should be looking out for our residents. We should just be giving that money back to our residents, especially those. I know many of my colleagues didn't agree when I was talking about Measure X last time, and they criticized me. But this is the time we have $6.6 million, and we could, give back to our residents in form of, relief for their rent. We could use this money for something else other than sending it back to the general fund, because when it goes into the general fund, it's kind of like goes like into a black hole, and you don't even know how we're appropriating it. So I have an issue with that, and I just feel it's not right, and it's not very transparent on the things that we're doing with the residents' money. And also, you talked about the pension, and you're talking about a bond. And one thing, and it's troubling to see that we have a 600 and let me see your numbers here.
681
for the $681 million, and it seems like it's just growing and growing. And the reason it's growing, just for the public will know, is because every time we give a raise and we give benefits to our staff, that always is going to increase every year. So there's no way of stopping it unless we do something in trying to see how we can renegotiate contracts with our labor agreement. Is that something that is an option that we could do? Because I feel it's like, we're just taxing our residents to death. We're just getting them just to pay for maintaining status quo, and it seems like we're not getting ourselves out of the hole unless we really address the elephant in the room, which is these pensions that are killing us. They're going to bankrupt us. So I know we have a fund, an ending balance, of reserves, but we should be paying more into the reserve, into CalPERS. But the thing is, we're never going to get out of this hole unless we start looking seriously on what we're approving as a council when it comes to raises. So is that something that we could look at, Madam City Manager?
Certainly, Councilmember, and just to make a couple clarifications, so the refuge fund is an enterprise fund, and what an enterprise fund is, it's a self-contained business operation that provides a service and recoups from the ratepayers the cost of providing that service. A franchise fee is a general revenue for local governments to recoup when they have an exclusive provider agreement that is utilizing our streets to make a profit. So the franchise fee is a general fund revenue, and the reason that it accumulated in that other fund was an error. Over 10 years, the right amount was not transferred to the general fund. So just a clarification on that. On the concession, we put that up on a slide. That would be one area that I would definitely look to before we were to, lay off individuals. I would go to our largest full-time groups and see if we can negotiate a concession. That would be something that would be subject to good faith negotiations with them and their agreement. And then on the pension, $681 million, it is a scary number, and it is a long-term ongoing number, not like a credit card payment, but with the idea of refinancing it, because it's already a liability on our books, what it will help us achieve is it can help us control our expenditures in future years. So we look at the 5-year horizon, we look at the 10-year horizon, and when you look out there, because of CalPERS adjustments to recouping payment for the pension, they are slowly, well, we thought at first they were going to slowly increase it, but instead it's a much steeper curve of increasing it. By refinancing a portion of that obligation, we can control what our debt service is in future years and cause us to have more stability over the next 5 to 10 years. But those are all things to look into, and I hope I answered. I know it was a 3-part question that you had, so hopefully I answered it.
Yeah, I still, just one more clarification for the Refuse Enterprise Fund. Yeah, I know you're stating it's for them, I guess, for the provider to use our streets, but ultimately it's the residents who are paying for this. So I'm just not comfortable in putting that into the general fund, because that just goes, like I said, into a black hole, and really don't have any place that we are going to allocate it. And I would, for the feasibility analysis for the pension obligation bonds, the bonds, where is that money going to come from? Is it going to be from the general fund money? Is it just we could only pay for how many years are we financing this? And then also, this is something that we could also renegotiate. Is this something that we can negotiate with either the labor agreements on what our pension liability is as a city?
No, that would not be something that you could renegotiate with the unions. It's a past unfunded piece of a pension that's already earned. And I certainly, Sonia can weigh in on this since I'm not an attorney, but you can't take that away from the individuals that earned that pension. As far as the other questions on the pension, that's one of the reasons why we want to do a feasibility study. We want to see, what's the best amount to refinance, what is the potential savings, what would it lower down our costs, because right now we're making those contributions to CalPERS. So that's why we're really recommending that you allow us to proceed with the feasibility study, and it will answer those questions, plus provide us with a whole lot more information.
Okay. Thank you, Christine.
Any other questions? If not, I've got some thoughts and questions.
Mr. Mayor, I have some comments. This is Councilmember Penaloza.
Please go ahead, Councilmember Penaloza. Go ahead.
I just wanted to ask some questions to the city manager just to clarify and correct any false narrative that might be out there in regards to the refuse fund. So, the waste management is a private business, correct?
Correct, sir.
And as a private business, they charge the residents of Santa Ana to haul away our trash, correct?
Correct.
So, as a private business, they're paying us, the city of Santa Ana, a franchise fee, correct?
Correct.
So, that it sounds like we're trying to dictate what the waste management could and cannot use their money for. They're paying a franchise fee to the city of Santa Ana that's coming out of their own private business. It's not necessarily money being paid for by the taxpayers, correct? Because the taxpayers are paying for a service. to get the trash hauled away. And that's,
Yeah, you're correct. The ratepayers that utilize the trash service are paying for the services. I believe the finance director was just saying that when a business is doing business and they know they have a franchise fee that they have to pay, it probably certainly goes into the equation when they're setting the rates for their customers. But the customers are not paying taxes at all. They're paying for the cost of the service.
right, okay, that's what I understood. Thank you.
Mr. Mayor, I have a quick comment. This Juan Villegas.
Yes, Mayor Pro Tem, go ahead.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor, and thank you, Councilmember Peñalosa, for bringing that up, because it's true. It is a service for the residents. Me being on the Waste and Recycling Commission for the county, I learned a lot about these things, and it's not just the waste haulers, but also the landfills charge money, and there's new laws going into effect that are going to control how and what we do with our waste, the trash and the recyclables and so on and so forth. So it's getting a little expensive. Not just our residents here are paying, but, there are also the businesses that are here in town that also contract with their waste haulers. We have the schools that have a different contract with the waste haulers. We have the hospitals that contract with waste haulers, and our streets get used. And so there's a lot going on. And this is all tied together. And I'm very happy to see our staff working on this and taking it very serious on what we're going to do with our finances. And I'm very hopeful that the future that things will get better. But for now, this is all we can do is just do some projections and plan. So thank you very much. Those are my comments, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you. I want to thank several council members, because I know we've all given this a lot of thought, and it's a difficult time for us. But I would say that this is really due to the coronavirus. If it weren't for the hit to our fund, and it's not just our fund, it's every other city in the country. They are really hurting. I was talking to Mayor Sidhu from Anaheim. They're projecting potentially as high as a $70 million shortfall. Imagine what it means to close down Disneyland. It just is mind-boggling, some of these things that are taking place right now. And so part of what I want to say is that I'm working right now very aggressively with the U.S. Conference of Mayors, the big group of California mayors, and also mayors here in Orange County. In Orange County, we've written a letter going to the County of Orange, because they are receiving right now $550 million that if that were to be prorated on a per population basis, about 58 million would be coming to Santa Ana so we could address some of these issues related to the coronavirus. And again, I would argue that were it not for the virus, we wouldn't even be having this conversation. We'd be having a fantastic year with a lot of good news. So we have our work cut out for us. This is not going to be easy, but I'm trying to figure out how to get the county, and they feel that they don't have the jurisdiction right now to do so, but I'm trying to figure out how to get the county to yield on this and get some of this money to the cities where I believe the money belongs. So I'm working, and we should all be working with everybody we can imagine that could potentially give us clarifying language that would enable some of these dollars that are, COVID-19 related dollars to come to us so that we could seek relief. Right now, they can only be used from our standpoint, from a city standpoint, to be reimbursed direct costs. That's why earlier when we talked about the jail, I pointed out that small contract that we're doing, we had to seek reimbursement. But that was $50-some thousand. I'm talking about tens of millions of dollars that I believe should be coming to our fine city. So as we proceed, there's no guarantee we're going to get any of this money. I think the county could very likely just try to, basically take all that money, the $550 million that's arriving in their bank account, and keep it pretty much and spend it on whatever they think they see fit and that complies with the regulations. So I think we should have a very aggressive program, doing everything we possibly can, all of us, to inform our residents of what's going on and residents around the county. I've managed to get 31 of 34 mayors to sign a letter requesting that all their respective cities, follow suit and receive money. Also, there's some additional monies that might be coming, and to that extent, cities like Oakland and Long Beach and others, we're all working together trying to figure out what can we do, with any potential additional monies that come from Washington. But in the interim, I would just caution that we don't jump to conclusions or do anything hasty. And what I mean by that is I think that categorizing or potentially mentioning that the general fund is a black hole is very dangerous. It is not a black hole. It's a well-managed city with excellent staff, both in the finance department as well as at the upper echelons within the city management, that I think is running the city better than it's been run in many, many years. And I think we ought to acknowledge that and be very supportive and again, be very cautious as to how we classify it. I do believe that we need to be prudent also at this time and believe that maybe we won't get any of this coronavirus money, even though there's, again, literally hundreds of millions of dollars around us. I think we're going to get something, but if we get nothing, how do we keep the city going? And that's what we need to be looking at right now. And so I think we need to, come back with all our labor groups, look at the budget, and consider potentially opening up some, negotiations and talking to them about the potential grim, immediate reality that we're facing. Because otherwise, we're going to have a condition, a situation where we gave raises in very good faith, believing that we had a completely different reality. And right now we have to be able to manage, with what we've got. So I think this needs to be an ongoing discussion. I don't know if at some point there should be an ad hoc committee that maybe works with a city manager even closer on these issues. But, we need, to take this very seriously because, council member, I believe Solario and Sarmiento, was there at the time back in 2008 where we had the great, recession, something that, we didn't cause either, but it didn't hit us out of the blue like this has. And we managed to make it through that. So I believe, we are strong. We'll manage to make it through this, but we really have to be on our toes. Right now, and maybe for the next year or so, is going to be a very critical time in the history of our city and of our country and world, for that matter. A lot of things are being redefined, and we need to do everything we can to make sure we come out as strong as possible on the other end. So with that, I think we've all had a chance to comment. I believe this is a receive and file. Well, there's several items: a receive and file, an appropriation adjustment, affirming the hiring freeze, directing staff, et cetera, et cetera. Would anybody like to make a motion?
Motion to approve.
Second.
Roll call vote, please, Madam Clerk.
Councilmember Becerra?
Yes.
Councilmember Iglesias? Councilmember Iglesias?
No, can you hear me?
Yes, now I can. Thank you. Councilmember Peñalosa?
Yes.
Councilmember Sarmiento?
Yes, and Mr. Mayor, in 2008, you and I were the only ones on this council, just for clarification.
Thank you for that.
Councilmember Solorio?
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem Villegas?
Yes.
Mayor Pulido?
Yes. So
Motion-
now I believe, are we on item 75A?
Yes. And we
This
have,
is time and place for a public hearing, item 75A. It's to adopt a resolution amendment to certify EIR. It involves One Broadway Plaza, a project at 1109 North Broadway. Do we have speakers? I'm going to open up the public hearing. Do we want to do a staff presentation first, Madam City Manager?
Mayor, before we proceed, if I can interrupt for a moment, we did, when your phone got cut off at 55E, we did not complete our vote, so if you want to wait until after this 75A, or if you want to go back to that item.
Let's wait till right after it. Right now, we're already into this one.
Okay.
Madam City Manager, a presentation?
Yes, sir, we do. So thank you, Mayor. I'm going to introduce the item, and then I'll turn it over to the Executive Director of Planning for the formal presentation. This 37-story project that's before you is commonly referred to as One Broadway. A version of this project was previously approved by the City Council in 2004. The approval was affirmed by the Santa Ana voters via a referendum in 2005. The version before you keeps the 37-story structure but seeks to convert up to 19 of the floors to accommodate up to 415 dwelling units. If approved, the proposal will transform the previously approved office development into a mixed-use environment consisting of office, residential, entertainment, and retail uses. The modified mix of uses will lessen the project's carbon footprint and negative impacts on the environment by reducing traffic and air quality impacts, and will also enhance its economic feasibility. I'll now turn it over to Executive Director Tai for a presentation and details of the project and the requested actions that are before you tonight.
Thank you, City Manager Rich. Good evening, Mayor, Mayor Pro Tem, and City Council. This is a request for approval of General Plan Amendment Number 2001 and Zoning Ordinance Amendment 2002. The site is currently zoned as Specific Development Number 75. It's zoned for office, service, and retail uses. The size is approximately 4.3 acres, and it's currently bound by Broadway, Washington Avenue, 10th Street, and Sycamore. The site currently has 7 structures, including 6 designated as historical. And it also includes the corner area that has currently been developed with the footing for the 37-story tall building. Surrounding uses include office and residential uses, as well as educational and public and institutional uses. Now I'm going to the history of the project. The project was entitled back in 2004. As our city manager mentioned, the site is currently entitled for a 37-story tall building that has approximately 518,000 square feet. Included with that is a parking structure consisting of approximately 2,463 parking spaces in a 9-level structure, 8 of which will be above ground and 1 at below level. It includes an amenitized pedestrian plaza, restaurants on the upper floors. We'll also reuse some of the existing structures for office and restaurant uses. The development agreement was also approved in 2012. In 2005. However, this development agreement expired in 2012. While the agreement has expired, some of the elements of the development has been put into the current approval, which includes a PLA that's recommended by the Planning Commission, and all the traffic mitigations continue to be in effect through the EIR and the mitigation monitoring program. As mentioned, the applicant is entitled to the current development project today and already has footing on the site for the 37 tall office structure. This is an aerial picture of the site. As you can see, the site is surrounded, as I mentioned, by similar uses, including residential, commercial, as well as public and institutional uses. To the north is Washington Avenue. To the south is 10th Street. To the east is Broadway, and it's bordered to the west by Sycamore. I'm sorry, to the east by Sycamore and to the west by Broadway. Sycamore will be vacated as part of this approval of the project, and it will be used for part of the parking structure. The applicant is proposing to amend the existing SD 75 and the general plan land use designation for the One Broadway office tower to convert approximately 19 stories of the building out of the 37-story for up to 415 residential units. The total square footage is approximately 518,000 square feet, and that was already approved in 2004. The parking structure will continue to be a part of this application, and again, that was approved in 2004. The pedestrian plaza, as well as other amenities, will continue to be a part of the project, and there will also be reuse of the existing structures on site for restaurant uses. Again, this was also previously approved in 2004. An addendum to previously approved certified EIR in 2004 was prepared for this project, and as I mentioned earlier, all mitigation measures from the project of the previous approval are still applicable and have been amended and updated and are a part of the adoption tonight. This is a copy of the site plan. As you can see, to the left is Washington. To the right, you can see is 10th Street. Both of these streets will be turned into one-way. 10th will be turned into a one-way heading east, and then Washington will be a one-way street heading west. To the south, which is on the bottom, to the bottom of the picture is Broadway. The tower is at the corner of Broadway and 10th Street, and it will rise 37 stories high. Adjacent to that will be a parking structure that will be connected by the pedestrian plaza, amenities, and as well as a bridge that would cross into the parking structure. This would be developed, should the project be approved, into a mixed-use project that will consist of residential, commercial office, retail, and restaurant use. This is a picture of the existing site as it sits today. As you can see, as we mentioned earlier, the site is partially under construction. The existing homes that you see along the street will remain in place. Here's a conceptual of the type of office environment that would be produced as part of the project once it's constructed. This is a conceptual floor plan as well as design of one-bedroom units ranging, 1 or 2 bedroom units ranging from 500 to 800 square feet. This is a conceptual for 2 to 3 bedrooms apartment, which could be 800 square feet plus. The type of amenities, as mentioned, includes restaurants and commercial uses. There's also going to be a wellness center and a spa, and the applicant is looking to fully amenitize the building for both residential and commercial uses. This is a rendering of the property. The building, as you can see, it is 37-story tall, approximately 493 feet high. That includes a proposed helipad. However, the helipad is something that would have to come as a subsequent entitle through a conditional use permit. It is a feature of the project, but it's not going to be approved as part of this process. This is a conceptual of the lobby area. As you can see, it's contemporary in nature and will have separate entrance for the commercial and residential uses. Here is a conceptual of what potentially could be the various use of the various stories on the building, with the blue being residential and the yellow being commercial office. In terms of the environmental analysis, as I previously mentioned, the project it has previously been certified with the 2004 EIR, and an addendum was prepared. The reason that the addendum was prepared is pursuant to state CEQA guideline and state law section 15162 and 15164. Whenever a project has a EIR or negative declaration has been previously certified, the leading agency, when considering a revision to the project, must consider using the previous EIR or the previous addendum, unless it finds that there are substantial changes in the project that has gone beyond what was analyzed, or there are new situation that has not been considered before. This analyze was completed, update studies were done with relation to traffic, air quality, and all of those areas. The project not only did not increase, but it actually showed a significant reduction when you convert 19-story of the building from commercial to residential. Traffic trip was a decrease of approximately 58% from the daily trip from the mixed-use project, going from approximately 6,600 trips for the office tower to approximately 2,700 trips. The pollutant emissions were reduced in similar value as well. There is an increase in sewer and water demand. However, working with the city's Public Works Department and through the mitigation measure as outlined in the mitigation monitoring program, the project applicant will pay their fair share into making improvements to the infrastructure system to accommodate the proposed use for both water and discharge, water consumption and discharge. So with those elements I've described, there is really, under state law, only one choice for the project is to prepare an addendum to the EIR, and that is the appropriate document that is being before you today for adoption. The office tower is currently, was approved through a city council action and was approved and reaffirmed by the voter in the 2005 referendum. So the project was not only approved by city council, but reaffirmed by the voter of the city of Santa Ana. The EIR and addendum, as I mentioned earlier, identify lesser impact resulting from the proposed mixed use. The project, once completed, will reinforce the city as the center of Orange County and will be a part of the economic catalyst for our city as well as downtown. In terms of the estimated fees, the project will potentially generate $1.1 million in property taxes, approximately $4 million in WHO fees. Mitigation measure, as I mentioned earlier, remains for the project, for the mixed-use project development, even though the commercial development had more impact. Those mitigation have not changed or been reduced, and the applicant is obligated to do the higher standard for mitigation. The Planning Commission, when they considered this back in March and early April, recommended the approval of the project, first of all. However, they also recommended 4 additional conditions. One is for the City Council to consider incorporating a project labor agreement, and also to, as part of the mitigation for traffic, is to include Logan as part of the previously 7 neighborhoods that had the traffic mitigation measure in place that would require a traffic analysis before the project constructed, and then after the project can get constructed to evaluate what are the traffic impact to each one of those neighborhoods to be used, and to have a mitigation be put in place for traffic calming measures. In addition to that, the commission recommended increasing the amount of the mitigation for each neighborhood from $200,000 to $300,000 for a net increase of $100,000 per neighborhood. And finally, the Planning Commission recommended that the park fees generated by the project, which is approximately $1.7 million, be rededicated back into this park district, which is district number 2, the northeast sector of the city, so that the money can be used for park development and park acquisition in this district. In terms of public outreach, there were extensive outreach conducted for this project during February, which is the Sunshine Meeting. as well as for the Planning Commission on March 30th and April 2nd. Staff have also held various discussion with community and interested members, and that is the scope of the outreach of this project. In summary, the recommendation by the Planning Commission is to approve the project with the 4 conditions as recommended by the Planning Commission, adopt a resolution adopting the addendum to the One Broadway Plaza EIR, adopt a resolution approving the general plan amendment, and adoption of an ordinance approving zoning ordinance amendment 2020-02. That concludes staff's report. I'll be happy to answer any questions.
Before we do, I think we have members of the public. We're in the middle of a public hearing. Why don't we hear from the public, and then I'll bring it back to council for questions and thoughts and all that. Madam Clerk, who do we have from the public that wishes to address us?
We have several people who are waiting to be unmuted, and before I unmute them, I want to just tell the mayor and council members that we did have also some written communications. We received 20 were in opposition and 27 in favor, and then 3 were general comments. So as a total of 46 public comments provided by email. And then our first attendee, if you would please just you will be unmuted, and then you have 3 minutes. You may speak now.
Good evening, Mayor and Council. This is Claudia Alvarez. I am a 40-year resident of our city with the last 20 years as a proud homeowner in our lovely neighborhood of Washington Square. I am calling in support of One Broadway Plaza, of course. As most of you know, I'm a former Santa Ana Mayor Pro Tem and council member. I served on the council for 12 years and was part of the council leadership that voted in support of the entitlements for One Broadway Plaza back in 2004. I was also part of the council leadership that worked with Mr. Hara and other stakeholders, including our neighborhood leaders and labor unions, on the development agreement that included certain contingencies. Amongst them, funds for traffic mitigation for impacted neighborhoods, and a project labor agreement which included local hire and prevailing wage. As you know, the project went to a referendum and was approved by our residents in 2005. The development agreement was not part of the referendum, and it expired in 2012. However, as you know, the entitlements do not expire, and if the proposed mixed use is not approved by the council tonight, Mr. Hara would still very much be entitled to build his 37-story tower, but it will be limited to the original office use proposed. I wholeheartedly believed in that project then, but I think the mixed-use proposal before you is an even better project. Why? Well, the factors I considered in 2004 when reaching my decision were true and relevant then, and even more so now. For one, it would revitalize the economy, providing jobs during construction and thereafter. It would bring more people to our city and downtown, having them spend money in our local businesses. And of course, it would increase the city's tax revenue substantially. With the COVID pandemic and the added tax of Measure X, tax revenue from sources other than our residents is crucial. We also have the added benefit of housing. The occupants now as residents would not be leaving our city after 5 o'clock. They will be more vested in our city, spend their money here, and at the same time, the daily traffic trips would decrease substantially. I also supported it, of course, because of the project labor agreement. Union jobs with local hire and prevailing wage components. This, of course, includes the LC building trades, including our iron workers, IBEW, laborers, plumbers and steam fitters, and of course, our carpenters union. They provide much needed benefits that would be including necessary trained and skilled workforce, and many of their membership lives in our city. Now, as noted in the letter of support by my good friend Doug Majoni from IBEW, our apprentices at Santa Ana College would also benefit. In my role as president of the Board of Trustees at Rancho Santiago Community College District, I'm even more thrilled our students will also benefit. As you know, their membership again is part of our city and very much will benefit from the local hire. And of course, it will prioritize our veterans with the Helmet to Hardship program. And another issue, of course, is traffic mitigation. That was addressed back in 2004. In 2005, we have even more traffic mitigation. Our neighborhoods are getting more money, and Mr. Harris remains committed in improving the traffic mitigation necessary that was outlined in the EIR. And last but not least, of course, Mr. Harris himself. I got to know Mr. Hara back in
Pardon
back
me,
in
3
2000.
minutes
I
are
met
up.
him. I've known him for 20 years.
Mayor.
And
Point of
Can you
order, Mr.
conclude? I
Mayor.
think we're starting to run out of time. Claudia, please conclude. Go ahead.
Mr. Hara doesn't, as far as developers come and go, he doesn't go. He doesn't go anywhere. He's not a fly-by-night operation, and in fact, he's very much a part of the Santa Ana community. He not only works here, but employs many of our residents. As such, I think it's best summarized by what our city manager, Dave used to say. He would say, if anybody's going to get it built, it will be my car. For all the above stated reasons, I encourage
Mr.
you to
Mayor,
vote
point
yes.
of order.
Thank you.
Go ahead, next speaker. Sorry, go ahead.
Do they get 4
Madam
minutes
Clerk,
too?
can you give them a 1 minute warning or something so they're aware how they're doing?
Yes, we will do that for you. Please state your name and state whether you're in support or in opposition to the item and why, and now you have been unmuted. You have 3 minutes. Caller, you may speak now if you have been unmuted. Okay, we'll go to the next.
Hello?
Yes.
Hello? My
Yes,
name
you
is
may
Connie
speak.
Major.
Yes, hi, you may
Can you
speak.
hear me now?
Yes, we could hear you.
Thank you. My name is Connie Major, and I'm asking the council to oppose the project as it is now. I think adding the housing is a good element, but I think there's still things that need to be looked at. And one of them being, yes, you're saying there's an addendum to the EIR regarding the traffic, but the traffic study that was used ended this year, ended 2020. That's as far as it extended out. With 3 years of construction before we start the impact of the new use of the building, we need an EIR traffic study that extends from then out 10 years. We need one that goes out to 2033 at a minimum, because you can't use old information for this project. This is something so totally new to the city. So I asked you to not approve it until there's a new appropriate traffic study. Also, at the Sunshine meeting, Hara boasted he was going to include affordable housing in the tower. I firmly acknowledge and agree with him. It needs to be in there. At this point, he's opting out for the in lieu fees, and I feel it should be somehow, I don't know what rulings there are to be able to say, it needs to be included in the building, the affordable housing element on site. Also, I feel there should be a development agreement to help make sure that the community will benefit from the things he is saying, that he will stay on contract. I don't know all the things that you say about it, but that the performance, timing, and fines if both parties don't meet the agreement. The park fees, I understand
You
they're
have
already
1 minute left.
Okay, the commission is recommending you accept having the park fees used in what you instead there was northeastern Santa Ana, but I would rather see them right in the vicinity of the building, not extending out to some far distant reaching, but so that the people in this building can use the park and the local neighborhoods around the building can use the park. Thank you for your time, and please, I'm asking you to not accept it at this time until there are those added items. Thank you.
Thank you, Connie. Next speaker.
Please state your name and whether you're in support or in opposition to the item and why. You have been unmuted. You have 3 minutes.
Yeah, good evening, Mr. Mayor, members of the City Council. Could you hear me?
Yes,
we can't, Ernie.
Good. My name is Ernesto Medrano with the LA Orange County Building and Construction Trades Council, representing 49 local unions and district councils. And I am calling in support of the project. This is a project that is almost 2 decades in the works, and the project provides for a framework for a project labor agreement with the LAOC Building Trades Council, and what that encompasses are obviously a skilled and trained workforce, strong safety protections for the construction workers. This project will provide for 3,000 high-wage, high-skilled jobs, which also provides for a multiplier effect. And given the economic situation, we know that this is the best time to do this, to put a boost in our local economy. And the other thing it provides also is efficiency with a no strike, no lockout clause. Our agreements with the Building Trades Council provide for true and local hire, also provide preference for veterans through our Helmets to Hard Hats program. The other beautiful thing, and I think a former council member mentioned it earlier, was there are 2 apprenticeship readiness classes in Santa Ana, the only 2 in Orange County, where we are, through Santa Ana College and through Century High School, preparing young men and women through our apprenticeship readiness curriculum. This would be a career pathway for these students to be able to enter their careers into the construction industry. The jobs that are provided are the best jobs in the sense of having good benefits, good health care benefits, and a defined pension plan with that. So with that said, the building's environmentally sound, and it also has a proximity to alternative transportation, and I urge the city council members to approve this project. Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker, please.
Caller, please state your name and state whether you're in support of or in opposition to the item and why. You have been unmuted, and now you have 3 minutes. Hello, caller. You have been unmuted. You may speak. We will go to the next speaker. Caller, please state your name and state whether you're in support or in opposition to the item and why. You have 3 minutes. Your time begins now.
Yes, can you hear me?
Yes, we could hear you.
Yes, my name is Roy Alcocia. I'm a business rep for Sprinkler Fitters, UA, Local 709. Also a resident in the city of Santa Ana for over 19 years. I'm here to support the One Broadway Plaza project in Santa Ana. I represent over 1,000 members, many of whom would value the opportunity to work close to home, rather than spending hours from home. Our members would love to work closer to home in their community so that they may have more time with their families and not miss those precious moments. This is a big project. I hear there's a PLA on it, the skilled and trained workforce, a safe environment for construction workers, local hire for Santa Ana residents and other Orange County residents. And let's not forget our veterans. This is the perfect project, perfect location, and it couldn't be more perfect time, and that time is now. Once again, I thank you for your time and service. Sprinkler Fitters UA Local 709 urges you to pass this project, and let's get this thing built. Thank you.
Got it. Next speaker, please.
Caller, please state your name and whether or not you're in support of or in opposition to the item and why. You have 3 minutes. You have been unmuted.
Yeah, good evening. You can hear me?
Yes, we could hear you.
Okay, thank you. Yeah, my name's Doug Robbins. I'm a business rep for the Painters and Allied Trades. I'm calling in support of this project. I represent roughly 10,000 men and women in the painting, drywall finishing, glazing, and flooring industry. With the proposed PLA on this project, it will give our members an opportunity to work in the city where they live. With the local hire provisions in the PLA, those workers will spend their hard-earned money in the city where they live, which will have a multiplier effect to the tax revenue of Santa Ana, as opposed to a worker that comes from out of town who would then go home and spend their money there. The project also will create apprenticeship opportunities for local residents to start a career, making a decent wage, providing health care benefits, and a defined pension. One Broadway Plaza will be an iconic landmark in the heart of the city and would replace that unsightly huge pile of dirt that has been sitting there for roughly 20 years. Tonight we've heard a lot of conversations about economic shortfalls. This project would help ease some of those concerns. I can't think of a better way to kickstart the local economy during the COVID-19 pandemic. I strongly urge you to support this project. Thank you.
Next caller.
Next speaker.
Next caller, you lowered your hand and you raised it again. Did you want to speak on this item? You have 3 minutes. Please state your name for the record. Okay, we'll move on to the next caller. Maybe it's for the next.
Hello.
Yes, hello. Did you want to speak on this item, 75A?
Yes, thank you. I couldn't get in there. My name's Doug Mangione. I am a representative of the International Brotherhood of Electrical Workers here in Orange County. And we provide 2,400 skilled and trained electrical workers to our signatory contractors. IBW 441 was established in 1928 right here in downtown Santa Ana and have been providing skilled and trained electricians to the Orange County region ever since. Our apprenticeship program is also based here in the city of Santa Ana under the lead educational agency of Rancho Santiago Community College. We currently provide training to over 400 apprentices, most of which reside in Orange County and in Santa Ana. And I am also a veteran. This will be an environmentally conscious, state-of-the-art building built to high LEED standards using the latest energy efficiency technologies. IBW has been in the forefront of teaching and establishing the curriculums for those technologies, and our state-certified electricians are well-trained in the installation of these technologies and look forward to working on this landmark building. I would also say that as we come out of this COVID-19 pandemic, and we've heard a lot about this tonight, we are going to have to get this economy rolling again, get the tax dollars going, and One Broadway Plaza is as shovel-ready as any project
Caller,
there
you
is
have
to
1
get
minute
started.
left.
Thank you for your time, and I appreciate it. IBW urges support.
Thank you for your comments, Doug. We appreciate them. Next speaker, please.
Caller, please state your name and state whether you're in support or in opposition to the item and why. You have 3 minutes. You have been unmuted. You can speak now, caller. Okay, caller dropped the call, so we will go on to the next person. If you could please state your name and state whether you're in support of or in opposition to the item. You have 3 minutes.
My name is Hart Keeble. I'm an iron worker with Iron Workers Local 416, and I'm in support of this project. I'm not going to cover the material that's been covered already. I'm just going to ask you to support this project for all the young people that are going to school and will be needing a job in the coming years. You know, we got to think about their future when we think about projects like this. You know, this developer is ready to invest a lot of money in Santa Ana, and there's going to be a lot of good jobs for the families of Santa Ana. They're counting on you guys to make the right decision. So please support this project, and thank you very much for your service.
Thank you for that. Next speaker, please.
Caller, please state your name and state whether you're in support of or in opposition to the item and why, and you have 3 minutes.
Hello, my name is Alfonso Ruiz. I'm a longtime resident of Santa Ana, proud member of Local 5 Insulators Union, and I'm calling in support of the One Broadway Plaza project in Santa Ana. I think the economic and environmental impacts have been stated well, and as well as the great jobs that are going to be coming to our city. So I'll take this from another angle. Aside from the many tangible benefits that it would bring us, it does something more, something intangible, but equally important. It sets an example of what our great city can be and can accomplish when we dare to not only think big, but to do big. An example of what great things can be accomplished when people, labor, government, and industry work together in union to build communities and relationships where the whole is greater than the sum of its parts and everyone truly prospers. So I close this by saying I urge the City Council to take a bold step forward and lead us into a brighter future by approving the staff recommendation on the One Broadway Plaza project. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Next speaker, please.
Caller, please clearly state your name and state whether you're in support or in opposition to the item and why, and you have been unmuted. You have 3 minutes.
Good evening, everyone. My name is Luis Andres Perez. I am the political director for UA 582, Plumbers, Steam Fitters, Welders, and Apprentices. I'm asking you to support the 3 recommended actions listed under Agenda Item 75, which would be moving forward onto the One Broadway project, allowing for adopt the resolution to approve the addendum to the environmental impact report, re-adopt the mitigation monitoring and reporting program, and approving the general plan amendment and the zoning ordinance amendment. Currently, the Building Trade Council is in talks with the developer for a community workforce agreement that will provide skilled and trained workforce, allowing for apprenticeship opportunities for Santa Ana residents, and more importantly, allowing our members to work in their community. A community workforce agreement will also enable the project to be built on time and without distraction, providing opportunities for upward mobility to your Santa Ana residents. Our UA 582 members have worked for more than 1 million hours consecutively in the last 2 years. Much of that has to do with the fact that we see ourselves as positive and productive partners who ultimately want to see our community flourish. And with the developer committing $4 million in lieu of fees that are earmarked only for affordable housing, the Santa Ana City Council will have more control in where to invest that money directly for the city's affordable housing projects. Concerning traffic mitigation, by approving the mixed-use development of One Broadway Plaza, you will have a noticeable smaller impact than if you were to pass the project as pure commercial. And with the updating of the traffic mitigation fee from $200,000 to $300,000, the developer is committed to helping the residing neighborhoods that are immediately impacted by this development. Voting to approve the One Broadway Plaza will allow the city of Santa Ana to move forward on a nearly 2 decades promise and continue to diversify and improve the city's infrastructure. So once again, we're asking you to approve and move forward with the One Broadway Plaza project. Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker, please.
Caller, please clearly state your name and state whether you're in support or in opposition to the item and why. You have been unmuted and you have 3 minutes.
Hi, good evening. My name is Paul Moreno. I'm a business agent with Iron Workers Local 433, and I'm calling you in support of One Broadway Plaza project. The Iron Workers support putting nearly 3,000 skilled tradesmen to work and being the tallest building in the county. Our members who reside in Santa Ana and neighboring communities would love to be a part of this iconic project. This project will also give Santa Ana residents the chance for a life-changing career through our apprenticeship opportunities, not only with the Iron Workers, but also with all the other building trades affiliates. Also being an energy efficient project, it's a win-win for both the city and its residents. So there's no better time than to build than now, and we look forward to partnering with you on this project. And again, in support of One Broadway. Thank you.
Thank you for your comments. Next speaker, please.
Caller, please clearly state your name and state whether you're in support of or in opposition to the item and why. You have been unmuted and you have 3 minutes.
Yes, my name is Dale Helvig. I'm a 30-year resident of Santa Ana. I want to start off by thanking the council for their vote on item 50 alpha. Regards to 75 alpha, the affordable housing issue has bounced back and forth from the Sunshine meeting to 2 city planning commission meetings. It's gone from it will be included to not being included, back to will be included, back to not being included. It's advantageous for the developer to not include affordable housing in their project because at $4.5 million in lieu fee, he's off the hook after he makes that payment, and that will only get the city about 9 to 15 affordable housing units, whereas if he were to include it in the project, he'd be required to add about 40 plus units. So I think the city's losing out on that with a $15 a square foot fee that they assess. As far as the development agreement, there's been many handshakes been made to address different issues, the traffic studies, the project for the parks and recs money. Handshakes don't cut it. You need to have something that you can really enforce at the right time. And I think we need to have a development agreement to address these issues. The other thing is the environmental impact report. Mintai talked about the fact that water usage, Public Works took a look at that. I don't think that addresses the fact that it was not addressed in the environmental impact report. Water usage will go up by over 9 million gallons a year by going to a mixed-use development. And I think as a minimum, it should have some kind of analysis. I think it should have some kind of analysis done in the environmental impact report versus just having a report from the Public Works Department. Again, it needs to follow the process. So I thank you all for what you're doing. I hope you stay safe during the virus and stay healthy. Thank you.
Thank you, Dale. Next speaker, please.
This is our last caller. Please state your name clearly for the record and state whether you're in support or in opposition to the item. You have been unmuted and you have 3 minutes.
Mayor and council members, thank you, first of all, for the service that you guys have been doing and wanting to move great city of Santa Ana forward and being prudent in everything that you guys are doing in the city. And thank you for an opportunity to address you guys this evening regarding the One Broadway Plaza. My name is Gilbert Davila, and I'm honored to be the president of the Orange County Labor Federation. That great federation represents more than 250,000 union members throughout Orange County, and we strongly urge the City Council tonight to support the One Broadway Plaza project. Everyone on the dais is well aware of how long this project has been in the works, and it's no better time for it to be approved but tonight. This historic project will create thousands of well-paying, highly skilled construction jobs. By approving this project, you're not only going to be approving this project, but approving the best women and men in the construction trades. Mayor and City Council members, again, thank you for your service. And I urge you to approve this historic project. Thank you, and be safe. And God bless you guys.
Thank you for your comments. Let me bring it back to council.
Mayor, we have 3 more callers.
Oh, we do? Okay.
Yes.
Go ahead.
Caller, please state your name for the record and state whether you're in support or opposition to the item. You have 3 minutes and you have been unmuted.
Hi, this is John Hanna with the Southwest Regional Council of Carpenters. I want to thank the mayor, the city council, and the staff and the planning commissioners for their hard work on this. I just want to say a few things. First, join in most of the comments that I've heard from other people in the trade unions. I'll try not to be repetitive, but I want to say that your approval of this project will allow us to move forward and be that economic stimulus that's really needed. It was a sad tale hearing about the budget issues that the city's going to face. About that time that some of the temporary relief will end, this project will help us get on our feet and move forward in Santa Ana. I think the traffic mitigation's been handled. It's not, and the Planning Commission made that clear. This was not just the traffic that was involved in those neighborhoods, but the overall traffic mitigation that Waikara and Caribou are going to have to deal with. We appreciate the project labor agreement work that Ernesto Medrano and Ron Miller did. We are not part of technically part of the building trades, so I appreciate the recognition that's there. I do want to assure the council that Ernesto and Ron do include the carpenters, but we do need to, like their other affiliates, be a signatory for this. I do want to say that like many good things in life, this project's been long in the making. And I just want to thank, probably more than anybody else, Mike Hara. Mike's not just somebody coming in from out of town. He bleeds Santa Ana, and his commitment to this city is personified in this project. This is a project that is going to help people who live in Santa Ana and who want to have this kind of environment to live in. It's going to help bring people back and business back to Santa Ana so that we can afford to do these things. And finally, for the construction end, like so many speakers said, these apprenticeship programs are going to help Santa Ana youth. our carpenters who come through an apprentice program, by the time they're through, they have 30 units of academic credit in a community college. This is progress, and this project is to be approved, I hope, by this council, and I want to thank the council for their continued commitment to growth in this city.
Thank you for that. Was that the last speaker, Madam Clerk?
No, we still have two additional ones. Caller, please clearly state your name and state whether if you're in support or opposition to the item and why. You have 3 minutes.
Good evening. My name is Jeff Dickman, and I'm a resident of the historic French Park neighborhood. And I am opposed to the conversion of the the office units to the apartment units. And I hope council takes into consideration that I'm not a trade member, but I am a resident, and I've worked with residents from many of the other neighborhoods. And we're really concerned about the project and its impacts, as we were 16 and 17 years ago. And the impacts from the One Broadway Plaza project, like many of the other adjoining projects that city have approved recently or are in consideration, it's traffic and it's health and safety issues that affect the quality of life of our neighborhood. Council members, you know full well that French Park, Logan, French Court, Lacey, and Willard, to some extent, the other neighborhoods, we're going to be impacted by this project. Don't take that lightly. People are going to get some jobs out of this, but those jobs are temporary. But the impacts to the neighborhoods are permanent. And in fact, I've worked with city staff over a number of years, and there really has been no interest, frankly, from the city approaching our neighborhood about any mitigation. We had some temporary mitigation many years ago, but those were pulled out, and since then, it's been crickets. Silence from city staff, silence from council, and that's frankly unacceptable. If you're going to continue to consider projects of frankly almost any size, particularly housing projects and large ones, this is not just a drive-through food restaurant. This is a substantial project with very substantial impacts. If you're not going to give due consideration to your neighborhoods, why are you on council? Who are you serving? If you're serving a developer or anybody inside or outside of the city and the building trades at our expense, there's something wrong with our city. There's something wrong with our staff. There's something wrong with the elected officials. We had asked for and have really not had much satisfaction from the regarding. We've really not had much satisfaction from the Planning Commission on any real proposed mitigations. The minor increase that the staff and developer are proposing from $200,000 to $300,000 per neighborhood is frankly not adequate. It's because staff haven't really given any indication to us what those mitigations are and what they're going to cost and where they're going to be. And there's no indication that the developer or the city or anybody is going to work with the neighborhoods. It's just wrong. I'm opposed to this because of the terrible process, the way this has been handled. Again, you're looking at iconic structures. You're not thinking at all about neighborhoods. Thank you.
Thank you. And more speakers, Madam Clerk? Madam Clerk, was that it?
No, we have one more caller. Please state your name. You have 3 minutes.
Yes, hi. My name is Erica Gonzalez. I've been a Santa Ana resident for 35 years, a small business owner for 10, and a community organizer for 5. I am in opposition of the One Broadway Plaza project for many, many reasons. 1, it will bring more luxury apartments and further gentrify our neighborhoods. 2, our community cannot afford the median rent of an apartment, let alone luxury apartments. 3, average income in Santa Ana is about $35,000. What is the average price of a luxury apartment? About $3,000. Do the math. 4, the EIR is over 10 years old and has expired. It has expired. It also didn't include all of the neighborhoods. I believe it was Logan. I can't recall exactly, but I was at that meeting a few weeks ago where Mike Hara admitted that he omitted one of the neighborhoods that needs to be redone before we can even consider this. Okay? Number 5. With the COVID-19 epidemic, we have seen that density is detrimental when it comes to pandemics. Detrimental. Look at New York. Number 6, Santa Ana is the densest city in Orange County. We are the densest. 4th densest in California. 7, Mike Hara promised affordable housing would be included. He said it was instructed by the city not to include the affordable housing units. We need answers for that. 8, while it will provide work for many residents, again, temporary, great short-term, long-term, they will be displaced, their families will be displaced, their friends will be displaced, and we will not have a home. 10, most of the callers were trade unions, trade reps and members. Their interests are not in line with the community of Santana and our residents. They're concerned with their pockets and making them fatter. 11, Santana is already an iconic city. We don't need a 37-story building to make us even more iconic. We have so much culture that you've been appropriating it for decades. 12, he does bleed Santana, but he bleeds us dry, and he doesn't have our community's best interest at heart. Then number 13, the lack of transparency with the city council is appalling. It is appalling. It is, I can't even begin to say how ecstatic I am that we are finally going to be gone with this mayor, because you have bled our city dry. You have run us to the ground. But you know what? We're seeds. That's what happens when you bury us. We grow, and that's exactly what's going to happen through this pandemic. The people are seeing through all that, this lack of transparency, the lack of communication. Have a good night.
Thank you. I want to bring it back to the City Council for consideration. Any thoughts or comments?
Mr. Mayor?
Yes, go ahead.
I actually have a couple of questions if Mr. Tai is available. Mr. Tai?
Yes, sir, I'm here.
Okay, thank you. Just a couple of questions to clarify a couple of things. So, first and foremost, no matter what we do tonight, Mr. Herrick can proceed to build a 37-story tower at 10th and Broadway, correct? I'm sorry, Washington Broadway, correct?
That is correct.
Okay. And with what we have before us tonight, there's nothing that would increase the square footage of the overall project, correct?
That is correct.
Okay. And I know one person who had commented and made mention that the they didn't say mitigation monitoring plan, but that there wasn't consideration paid towards the Logan neighborhood. And I understand that the previous EIR and their mitigations, they did not include Logan, but it's my understanding, and from what I read earlier, that Logan is one of the neighborhoods identified to be studied for traffic studies, and will receive the $300,000 of mitigation. Is that correct?
That is correct.
Okay. And as far as timing on the traffic studies, because I think some of the folks that made comments brought up some good points, and that is, so as I read through the document, as I looked through, believe it or not, I did look through parts of the addendum and the EIR today. As I was looking through it, I was not able to find a place that was just bluntly clear when these studies would be done. I saw a lot of mention of which neighborhoods they would be in, a lot of existing conditions, existing traffic mitigations, such as the right-in, right-outs, et cetera. But Mr. Tai, can you help me understand, is there anything in there right now that really pins down when the developer would do call it the before study and then the after study?
Yes, sir. So the mitigation is in the EIR as traffic mitigation number 17. That mitigation would be implemented at the time when the applicant pull permits. Prior to construction, there will be a traffic study be completed, coordinated via our Public Works Department to establish the precondition before the project gets constructed. After construction of the project and at approximately 90% occupancy of the building, both in terms of commercial and residential, that would be the time when the after study would be conducted to evaluate how the project, with its full occupancy at 90%, impact the various neighborhoods. Based on that, then the Public Works Department then can utilize the funds that's been allocated to each neighborhood to implement traffic calming measures.
Thank you for that, Mr. Tai. So, but going back to what you said as far as timing, I like what you had to say as far as, if I understood correctly, that your initial neighborhood traffic studies would happen, say, around the time that the developer pulled his building permits, and then possibly the follow-up study to see what the impacts are would come at about 90% occupancy of the building. Is that correct?
That would be the recommendation, and that's a practice that we use as part of what we would consider to be full occupancy.
And in order, because I really think that, you know, for the folks that commented, I think it's important that we provide that certainty. I know there's a lot of concern that because the development agreement expired, we now aren't holding them to some sort of standards. And from my understanding in talking with staff and looking through the documents myself, as far as what was in the previous development agreement, a lot of the impacts are addressed in the 2020 addendum and mitigation monitoring program. So I would really, I think for me, because it was something that wasn't really clear in these documents, Mr. Todd, could you give me possibly some guidance here as to where we should put something like this? Should the council, one, approve this, and two, if they would agree to this, somewhere we can spell out when these studies would be done, both the before and after? Would it be in one of the resolutions? I know there's a document titled Mutual Declaration of Acknowledgement and Acceptance of Approval Conditions. Do you think that might be the place to do it?
I think if the council desired to document what I articulated regarding the timing of that condition, absolutely could be included in the mutual declaration.
Okay, perfect. Well, thank you, Mr. Tai, and thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you. Next speaker, or another council member want to speak?
Yes, Mr. Mayor, Juan Villegas.
Go ahead, please.
All right, thank you, Mr. Mayor. I just wanted to thank Councilmember Becerra for bringing this up regarding the Logan neighborhood, because it was a concern of mine that, they started off with 6 neighborhoods in the report, and now we're up to 7 neighborhoods, which is Logan added to it. Each were increased by $100,000, so now it makes it $300,000 per neighborhood to do the mitigation. And I'm glad there's a study before and a study after. And like the council member was stating, there is absolutely nothing we can do. Mr. Hara can start building tomorrow. And I've been on this council 3 years, and this started a very, very long time ago. And now here we are. And the affordable, there is no affordable housing in the project, and the developer has elected to put money into the city funds regarding affordable housing, which is where it's going to go. You'd rather pay the in lieu fees, and so I think that's maybe something that the public doesn't seem to understand, that is where it's going to go. So anyway, those are my comments, Mr. Mayor, and I want to thank the staff for bringing this up, and the Planning Commission for adding the Logan neighborhood. Thank you.
Thank you. Other comments from council members?
Mr. Mayor, this is
Mr. Mayor, I have
Penaloza. I have some comments, questions
Joe
for...
Penaloza and then Solario. Go ahead, please.
Thank you. The question I had, well, first a comment. I know earlier, Mr. Tai, in the beginning of the presentation, you mentioned that extensive outreach to the community was done. I don't think that is factual because of we're currently in the middle of a pandemic, and I feel that more could have been done to reaching out to the community, and not just the 500-foot radius that I still want to change eventually, Madam City Manager. But with that said, what concerns me heavily is it's just the traffic that will be caused and the traffic that will impact the neighborhood surrounding the property, Willard, Logan, French Park, downtown. And I want to just ask a couple questions, Mr. Tai, about the mitigation fund that was added, the $300,000 per neighborhood. What exactly is that going to do for each of these neighborhoods?
So part of the fund will be used for the study to evaluate what type of traffic impact and how the traffic circulation pattern are impacting each neighborhood should there be impacts. And based on that, there would be recommendation on physical improvements for traffic calming measures such as diverters, potentially traffic circles, or any type of traffic calming measure that would be able to help to divert traffic away from those neighborhoods.
So the fees are going to pay for a study.
And the physical improvements.
And for the physical
Correct.
improvements. And I would like to see more information on how that is going to be broken down, because as I've seen, being almost a year and a half on this council, how expensive, a little roundabout could be, and how much money it takes to put something like that together. I could tell you right now that just as a resident that lives here and drives these streets daily, I don't think that a study is necessary. I mean, the traffic is going to be there, and it's going to be heavily impacting the neighborhood surrounding the property. And I want to know if I could get a commitment tonight, from the applicant, staff, if we could, as part of the construction of this building, include at the same time construction of barriers that would keep exit flow of traffic from this office building to going west on Washington, on 10th, on Ellsworth, or east on 10th, 11th, on Washington into the neighborhoods. How are we going to keep this traffic from spilling out? Because people are going to spill out into those neighborhoods. They are going to use it to avoid the backup on Broadway, to avoid the backup on Main. They will go into these neighborhoods. We don't need a study. I mean, that's what's been frustrating as going through this, is that that's obvious that's going to happen, because it's already happening today with no building there. I mean, we're seeing just I went and stood with the French Park residents at their Triangle Park, along with the city manager about it last summer, and we saw it. We saw just the heavy flow of cars cutting through the neighborhood to avoid the traffic on Broadway and Main. So for us to sit here and say that we're going to use that money to pay for a study of something that we know is already happening today without this building being there is inappropriate. And I want to give assurance to the residents that we're going to use that money at the same time as this building is being constructed to help mitigate the traffic, just like we did it on 17th Street to keep traffic from going from Flower, into Floral Park. There's no reason why Floral Park or Wilshire Square, beautiful neighborhoods, could easily get barriers to block traffic from coming in, just day-to-day traffic with no heavy buildings or construction projects nearby. But in an area like this, we gotta study it. And I'm using air quotes, everybody, for those hearing from home. Any comments on that, Mr. Tai or Madam City Manager?
Yes, sir, you're absolutely correct. There is existing traffic now that we can see and experience, and the project will definitely add traffic to the area. The goal is not to say that there isn't any traffic. The goal of that study is to help confirm the various location. Obviously, you mentioned some of the various obvious location. I think those areas will definitely need mitigation. I will let our Public Works engineer to speak a little bit more in detail about the cost, but in my evaluation of the amount of dollars and the studies can be a very small portion, up to $50,000 for the study to help confirm other areas that we may not see, to see how, when you have the project actually be implemented, to see how it circulates, and we'll be able to react better. Some of the obvious location where you mentioned, I'm sure definitely mitigation will have to be put in place. So the majority of the fund of the $2.1 million will go towards the physical improvements for each one of those neighborhoods. Some neighborhood may need more, some may need less. That amount is $300,000 per neighborhood. We would have the ability to move funds between each neighborhood if it's not necessary to increase from one to the other, so that more implementation can be put in place. But the goal is to spend all of that money towards implementation of putting in physical barrier to help divert traffic, like the one you mentioned at 17th and Ross.
So
if I may, Councilmember, at some point I've forgotten to call on the applicant, and he's really part of the presentation. So right after you're done with this, I'd like to call on the applicant, and then he can answer questions, and he can be available for further questions.
Okay.
So please continue.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I'll wrap up. So with the traffic mitigation, Mr. Tai, you just agreed that we could confirm and we know that the traffic problems exist today. So I just don't understand what the need of this study is for, if we already see it today. To me, it's wasteful when it comes to using part of that money to study something that we already know exists. And with that said, so let's say this building, let's say it's 2 years from now, this building is constructed as it is now. How long does this study take following full use and construction of this building? Are we looking at a year, 2 years of full building in place, full use? Traffic is just all over the neighborhoods, and now we got to study it and identify areas where we're gonna, I mean, how long is that process?
So it's a performance standard where we're using milestone to look at when we would do the study. The initial study would be at the time when the applicant pulled the permit for construction. The concept is that at that time you would have the normal traffic that is without the project. Construction of this building, I'll let the applicant answer, but typically this would probably be a 2 to 3 years construction process. The occupancy and leasing up of the building, as I mentioned earlier, we would want to do a test at 90% occupancy, meaning that the building's fully occupied, so we can understand the worst case scenario of the traffic. And that absorption rate could possibly be to 6 to 12 months. Again, the applicant can give you more clarity on that. So I would envision that if from time of pulling permit to the time of completion of the study is probably about 3.5 to 4 years into the project because of the occupancy. Once that study takes place, you can know better how to use the funding towards mitigating the actual problem beyond some of the obvious locations, as you mentioned, like Washington and Broadway, like 10th and Main. So those areas, I think it's very obvious. The less obvious area could be within the internal areas of each neighborhood, and that's where the study can be really helpful to confirm. Another fact I want to repeat is that was the original mitigation that was put in place, is that it required that study. So it's not something that we just asked for today to spend, but it was a part of the original approval back in 2004. Again, I want to emphasize the cost of the study is very nominal. Majority of the funding is going towards physical improvement. Mr. Tage Hagen, are you on the line? Oh, I'm sorry. If you can come up, please, and maybe if you can share with us what you anticipate the cost of the study is.
Good evening. Thank you, Tage Higgins. Good evening, Mayor, members of the council. The actual study portion of the entire 7 neighborhoods shouldn't be more than $100,000 between the before counts and after counts. My expectation, as Mr. Tai said, we would do the before counts sometime before the building permit is actually issued, and then as it's occupied, as it's being occupied, we would do after counts. We can also, to kind of jumpstart that, we can actually reach out to the neighborhoods to find out where the specific areas are that they're seeing what they see as cut-through traffic, and those are the areas where we can start to lay down the hoses, determine where the additional traffic is, and start working with the neighborhoods to discuss what kind of mitigations we might be looking at, and we could be looking at, as Mr. Tai mentioned, bulb outs, roundabouts, diverters. We typically try not to do barricades to create dead-end streets, but it's all those options would be on the table.
Thank you for that. I just again, just $100,000. I mean, I'll do it for $10, and I'll tell you right now that the traffic will be there, and I could identify the streets because they're like that today without One Broadway Plaza built, and that's gonna really impact those neighborhoods that are already disadvantaged. So now to have to deal with the traffic at all hours of the day, especially since there's gonna be people living there. But thank you for that.
Thank you, sir.
And one final question, and this is more. This is for Sonia, Madam City Attorney. Are you there?
I am here, council member.
Thank you. So I just want to make sure, just clarify, are there any legal challenges since this was a voter-approved project technically back in 2005? Are there any legal challenges that we could possibly have, given that this was a voter-approved project and now we're adding 415 units of residential into 19 floors of it?
Council member, we thoroughly reviewed that legal question, and there is a difference between voter-approved initiatives, which are laws that are initially initiated by the public, and referendums where the underlying ordinances or laws are actually adopted by the council and then subject to a vote of the people. So I can tell you with confidence that we've looked at it, we've had another law firm look at it, and we believe the city does have the authority to move forward with the type of change that's being proposed.
Thank you, Madam City Attorney. And that's it, Mr. Mayor. Unless, if the applicant is on the line and he could commit to including from the get-go, guarantee us that there's going to be, I just don't want to see a costly and endless study being done on something we know is already going to be there. So I know it's going to take more from the applicant to try to help us, guarantee that these measures are going to be taken throughout construction and as part of the project. I don't want it to be a side thing that the city needs to do now and study, and I want this to be part of the project if that's possible. And those are my comments, Mr. Mayor. And Mr. Tai, if you had something to add to that?
Just a final comment. As a mitigation measure, it will have to be put in place by the time the project gets approved and occupied. So rest assured that the mitigation measure is a requirement of the EIR, and it will be a part of the project. So just want to share that with you.
Perfect. Thank you.
And Mayor, one of the callers is the applicant, Michael Hara, could be unmuted if you'd like him to be. Mayor, are you online?
Mr. Mayor, are you there?
Yeah, I'm right here. Go ahead. Let the applicant speak.
Okay, you have 5 minutes.
Okay, good evening, Mike Hara. Good evening, Mr. Mayor and honorable city council members. It was interesting to hear everybody tonight. I'm very proud to hear all the answers, good or indifferent. I've been here for 30 years, doing great things for the city, schools, everything else. All the track record that I've done is pretty self-evident. But going on to a couple things that I want to go over here, especially with the councilman about the traffic impacts in the neighborhoods. I was the one that on my own added Logan to it because where it sits at the end of this, even though the traffic would be going to the freeways after that. And the staff said that the cost is increased from $200,000 to probably another $100,000 per neighborhood over time since we originally did this, and I agreed with that. So it went from $1.2 million in traffic mitigation for the neighborhoods, and I agreed to $2.1 million. The study itself needs to be done simply because you don't know where to put the stop signs. It could be done with stop signs, could be done with signals, diverters, roundabouts, one-way streets, traffic. You could use planters in different places to make it happen. And that all depends on the mitigation and how people migrate from this building and going out. Using this deal so that you understand the situation with residential is they move at different times. They leave a little bit earlier or later in the day. It's not during the same time. They come home a little bit later or earlier. It's not like a large commercial building with a big single user tenant, and that tenant at 5 o'clock, 3,700 people leave the building. In the studies that Urban Crossroads did, and was concurred with the other company that did that, was their peer review, which was PlaceWorks, noted in there that there would be a negative 3,660 trips a day less with residential. And an easy way to understand that is 1,000 square feet for a commercial office space. The average size, the average area per person is 6 square feet. So that's 27 people per 1,000 square feet. 1,000 square foot apartment building would maybe have 2, maybe 4 people in it. So obviously using the same square footage and then the square footage not going up, but being that of the same square footage, reduces the number of people tremendously, which reduces the number of traffic, which changes the hours, which changes the mitigation and the traffic flow. So having that traffic flow go through those neighborhoods, they may be completely different, and especially, I would think, a lot less with residential than it is with the barrage of a lot of people leaving at one time. And an example of that is 5 o'clock in the entire downtown Civic Center. Everybody leaves at 5 o'clock. So there's a big rush going through there and all that. So I think that's going to help a lot. To defend the fact that you have to have the study, I agree with it, that to pull the permit and do a study at that time. And Councilman Penaloza, I really believe that the studies are very important. If you don't do a study, you don't know the beginning or the end. If you go in and have your heart examined, they want you to stay still and do a baseline, and then they want you to be running or something, so it's running at its maximum. Then you take the two together, and it comes out to something where you're actually believing you could live or you could die, or it's a good thing or a bad thing. In that analogy, these neighborhoods, this money goes into a pot that's $2.1 million. And like Tag said that, it may be $100,000.
$1 minute left.
Okay, about $100,000. I think at the end of the day, I think it's going to cost a lot less than that, and I agree that it should be less, but we're not going to know until it goes there and until you have the building full. It's going to take 3 years to build the building. It'll take 6 to 10 months after that to get it to occupancy, and then you'll know the difference between the two and the neighborhoods it impacts, and that money should go directly there, whatever it needs to be. But I did raise it from $1.2 million to $2.1 million. And we are very concerned with the neighborhoods. I always have been, and I always will be. And we're here for the city. And God bless you, brother. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Hara.
Thank you. To Mr. Hara, the applicant, just hang by because other council members may have questions that you may need to answer. So
Okay.
Let's go on to other council members, please.
Mr. Mayor, I think I was next. This is Councilmember
Go ahead,
Solorio.
Councilmember Solorio.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. First, thank you, Mike, for having made a good presentation. And I know sometimes a bigger question out there is, are you really going to build it, and can you build it? And I always remind people, that you've built some substantial things in Santa Ana and rehab even more substantial buildings and facilities in Santa Ana, like the Santora building, the OSHA buildings, Original Mike's, various county office buildings. So thank you for that. I remember when we had multiple hearings back when I was on the council during my first tour of duty reviewing this project. And in looking at the square footage, what's interesting about this building is it looks humongous, and some would say it is humongous, but keep in mind it also is a fairly skinny building. I remember back then doing some research, and the MacArthur Place Twin Towers that are fairly new, those two combined square footage is about 415,000, maybe a little bit more square feet. One Broadway Plaza is just a little over 500,000 square feet. So that always gives people a sense of scale. Also, what's nice about what we're seeing now is that there's more residential, or some residential, whereas before there was none. And we always know that residential does generate less traffic than office. So I think that will be a good thing for the neighborhoods. I also was pleased that Mike Hara, returned my call and others when we reminded him that on the first go around there was a project labor component, and he from the very beginning assured me that he would have the same project labor agreement things in place, which provide local jobs, local resources and revenue, and less greenhouse gas emissions. Also, we're in the middle of this pandemic right now, and I think this will end up being, as many building trade leaders said, a little bit of a stimulus for this community, a local stimulus, which is good. And then finally, we do have a decent number of office buildings in Santa Ana, but very few Class A, top-of-the-line office buildings. And I want to make sure that all our kids, going through schools and colleges, that they one day are able to work in an office building in downtown Santa Ana that they can be proud of and that we could be proud of. So I'm very, very supportive of this project. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
You're very welcome. Other council members?
Mr. Mayor, go ahead.
Yes, if I may, this is Councilmember Iglesias.
Go ahead, Councilmember Iglesias.
Okay, so I just have a couple of questions. I am not questioning the fact that, One Broadway Plaza was approved by voters in 2005. And I truly, truly respect Mr. Hera and his commitment to Santa Ana. But I do have some concerns that residents have brought up. And also, I'm just a little, dismay of what's happening. We just, right now we just rescinded a vote that was going to give 256 units to for in a neighborhood, and then now we're asked to approve another 450, I believe, for this one. So it's a little concerning to me. With all due respect to the applicant, Mr. Hera, but things that were brought up regarding the environmental impact report, that it's expired, and I think that has a lot of validity for us to really look at it and really get the community input on what's going on with this project, because I know that by right he has the authority to build the building, but we are asked to change the zoning for this, so I believe that needs a lot of communication with residents. And I don't believe we've done our due diligence. And like Councilmember Peñalosa stated, based on this whole situation that we're facing with COVID-19, it hasn't given us the opportunity to really speak to all the residents and all the impacts that it's going to have. So my ask would be if, we could just delay our vote and really have more community input from our residents and from our businesses. I like the way the last speaker, the things that she said. She was on point on a lot of things, and I just feel that we're just zooming through this really fast, and I appreciate the fact that we're trying to get business business conducted in our city, and I know it's going to bring revenue. But and then the same thing was with 2525. It was going to bring revenue to the city and all that. But it seems like it's double standards. We don't practice the same with every project. It seems like we're doing a piecemeal all the time, and it's not right. Especially with the general plan amendment, we need to really look at this. And if it was authorized for just building office space, I believe that we can't really stop. But if we're asked to change it, I believe just it's out of courtesy and respect for our community and our residents. If we can just delay this vote until this COVID thing is over, and then we really get the community input, and we can take a vote then. Because right now I just don't feel comfortable with changing it if we don't have everything in place. I mean, there's questions that Councilmember Peñalosa just asked, and it seems like, you can get a commitment, but it's something that it's not written in the agreement right now. So, and I get the entire thing of affordable housing. It would be nice if we could get affordable housing in there, and it seems like it's been going back and forth. So there's just a lot of unanswered questions in my point of view. And so I just, I just feel that it's not at the point where the community is being served well. And I know Mr. Hera has been there, in the community for the longest time. He's been, with our schools. He's been supporting our schools. He's been supporting our community. But, it's been almost 20 years that this has been in the making. I mean, what's another few months for us to really get the community input? And then once the community says, they're okay with the 456 units, then I'll be okay. So that's what I just wanted to share with you all, that I just feel, we say one thing for one project and we'll say another thing for another project. It doesn't seem like we have really our requirements set in place that it could be fair for everyone. So at this point, I just think there's just a lot of questions that needs to be answered, and especially the environmental impact report being expired. That's concern to me, and I think it should be a concern to the city. And with that, those are my comments, and I'm hoping that we could delay this vote to when we're able to really have our community come and talk to us personally at the chambers. Thank you.
Thank you. Other comments, council members?
Mr. Mayor, it's Councilmember Penaloza again.
Go ahead, and then let's see if anybody else wants to talk to that. Go ahead, please, Councilmember Peñalosa.
Thank you, sir. While the applicant is on the line, and wanted to ask staff, because when I met with with staff, actually, the traffic staff and the city manager last summer with the French Park neighborhood and the French Court neighborhood, and I believe Logan neighborhood residents were there as well. One of the things that brought up is that they were also concerned with not just the traffic during occupancy, but the construction traffic as well as noise that will obviously go on throughout construction, heavy equipment, etc. So I wanted to see if staff was available I wanted to make a request if staff, as part of the building permit, could put strict limitations on traffic through the neighborhood and construction times, and maybe even study the neighborhood, the neighborhoods surrounding the property, to see when, if this moves forward, when would be the best appropriate time to do construction, because I know that usually we'll default to construction only during daytime, because that's when. But, you never know. A lot of the residents here, there are children that go to school, but do have multiple jobs that work throughout the night and maybe sleep during the day. It'd be important for us to really look into these neighborhoods and see what the community feel is like, to see when would construction and just the traffic of construction would be appropriate. So is that something we could do, Mr. Tai, is putting strict limitations on any construction traffic through neighborhoods and keep them on, designated to one street, like Main Street or something?
During construction, what we could do, if the council desire, is to place a condition that requires the applicant to submit a construction traffic plan during the construction for the city to review in order to address some of your concerns. In terms of noise during construction, there are mitigation measures already in place restricting hours of construction. So the answer to your question is yes, we can require a traffic plan for construction and incorporate it as part of the mutual declaration that's being proposed for you to consider.
Okay, and that would be important for me, because I don't want to bring it up again, but brings me back to the modern-day parking structure. The construction, they broke every rule in the book that they were supposed to abide. They would start before 7. They'd drive through the neighborhood streets. So it's going to be something that we really need to stay on top of, to make sure that any traffic concerns and nuisances is mitigated as well throughout the construction period. Thank you, Mr. Tai. That's it, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you. Look, I just want to make a brief comment.
Miguel, I have a comment to make.
Oh,
I haven't
go ahead,
spoken.
and then I'll make. Go ahead, Councilman Vince Sarmiento. Go ahead.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. And I wanted to make sure I took my turn and listened to everybody's comments. So first of all, I just want to thank all the folks who sent emails to me, and you know, a lot of those names looked familiar. They were the same folks that were opposing 2525, and so I think one of the consistencies was to make sure that we listened to the residents. And I know a lot of our conversation around the previous position that we took and vote that we took was because folks compelled us to. They are the residents, and they are the folks who are going to be permanently impacted by any decision we make. So that being said, this is something that is different because we do have a matter here that's before us that was adopted in 2005 by referenda. So the voters did speak on that, and we have to respect that fact. We have to understand that this is something, you know, very different from 2525, but nonetheless, I think that there are some departures here. What the voters approved was a 37-story tower for office space, and this is going to introduce an element of residential housing that wasn't considered by the voters. So, you know, I know our city attorney said that there was an outside firm that, you know, agreed that this isn't unwinding the will of the voters. Well, I know that she'll probably agree on this, at the very least, that if we spoke to another firm, they probably would say something different. So firms, unfortunately, are, you know, exist to contradict one another and to find flaws in rationale and argument. So, you know, but that isn't to say that I don't want this this item to succeed. In fact, you know, I certainly appreciate the phone calls I had with the building trades chair and the representative from the laborers, and also communication from the carpenters. So because of them, you know, I do want to see how we can make lemons or lemonade out of lemons. And, you know, everybody should know that I was on this council when we supported the first PLA in the county. So that's something that's important to me, and I want to make sure that we continue to create jobs and create that pattern of hiring locally as well. And with respect to Mr. Hara, the applicant, I was also on the council that voted to remove a very onerous condition that was placed on his development, which was he had to have a 50% leased up of his space before certificate of occupancy was issued. So that was something that was going to prevent this project from being realized right at the outset. And I remember that was probably the poison pill that was included on that approval way back when. So, you know, we did remove that for him, and that's how much we thought of him and think of him, is that we wanted him to succeed. But at the same time, we want to make sure that there's fairness. So what I want to see is, you know, and maybe you can help me here, Sonia, but, you know, my opinion has always been that, you know, these are concessions that are going to be made, and anytime there are concessions or changes and departures from what was previously approved, we should have an instrument to negotiate fairly on behalf of the residents in the city with the applicant. That doesn't mean to, you know, be oppressive or punitive on the applicant. It just means that we are on equal footing. And the argument about a development agreement seems to make sense, because we there can include both some of the issues that were raised before on mitigation measures, but also on the affordable housing question, which for me is a big deal. One of the reasons I was very supportive is because, as many of the trades spoke, those families that are going to be hired to do the work are working families, and I doubt any one of them would be able to afford any of this market, any of these 400 market rate units. So, to the extent that we can solve that question of building on site, I was real encouraged when I heard conversations that were initiated by the applicant that he represented. There were going to be affordable units on site. That was a very, very compelling reason for me to be very supportive. You know, one of the questions I have for our director of planning is, in the event that this goes in lieu and the applicant decides to opt out and not build on site, is it going to be done at the 15% amount that we have in the WHO right now, or if the WHO gets amended down, does that apply retroactively? What would happen in that case?
The ordinance, the way it reads right now, is that at the time of pulling a permit, that would be the WHO fee that would be applicable to development project.
So if the who goes away or if it gets reduced, then the applicant would get a reduced fee at that point.
That would be the ordinance that would apply at the time.
Okay, so that doesn't help, right? Right now, there is a projected, I think it was mentioned, a $4 million expected fee at the percentage that we currently have in the Housing Opportunity Ordinance.
That is being projected.
Right. So to the extent that that gets changed, let's just say that ordinance goes away, that turns into zero.
That would be correct.
Okay, so, these are the things that I know that the applicant in good faith wouldn't do that, but nonetheless, we need an instrument to protect those rights that the city has, and really rights that belong to the constituents we as stewards have to protect. So, as much as we talk about being, listening to the residents, paying attention to them, and I do agree with Councilwoman Iglesias. I'd like to see if there's more time for us to discuss this. I think we're in the minority opinion, so I concede that. That's fine. I want to see this succeed, but to the extent that we do have some tool, some vessel that we can include terms that all of us can respect, not just the applicant, but also the city, because we also need to perform when the applicant is ready to move. I think those things are fair. And so to the extent that we can create some fairness here and some balance, I would appeal to you, Sonia, to see if there's any instrument that we can use, whether it is a DA, whether it is an MOU or some other instrument. I don't think this mitigation monitoring and reporting program will fit that bill. I just don't think it's binding enough. So if you can maybe solve that for us, I know this is on first reading tonight. We'll probably see this again, but obviously if it comes back to us on second reading and we can only consider minor changes, and that, there could be major changes. And so it's important that we get things straight. What do you suggest? Can you provide any?
Council member, what I suggest is this: if the city council majority is looking for a way just to document performance and compliance, I think staff has, put that forward at this point. But I think what you're suggesting is that we actually maybe even negotiate, particularly in the area of the affordable housing, and that would best be done via a development agreement. But of course, an agreement has to be something that two parties agree to. You don't have an agreement if you don't have two parties that agree. So I think what is best is that tonight the city council at least give us direction on how they would like to see the performance measures documented and guaranteed, and then B, what types of things you'd like to see us negotiate. I think I've heard several tonight, and we can do that with the council's direction.
Well, let me just wind up because I've already sucked a lot of air out of the time on this thing. And so I would just say that I think others spoke pretty articulately on mitigation efforts and so how those can be documented, so I won't touch upon those. But on the affordable housing, I would like to see that if the applicant represented at the Sunshine meeting that those units were going to be on site, it's either that or that the affordable in lieu fee be fixed at 15%, irrespective of what happens with the Housing Opportunity Ordinance in the future.
Okay, yeah, and that definitely as a payment to the city would best be documented in the form of some type of agreement. So I think that you can address those issues.
Thank you.
Thank you. Any other comment, Mayor Pro Tem Villegas? I don't know if you've made a comment. Would you like to make comments, sir? I
already made a comment on that. So I'd like to make a motion to approve, but with the information that the council members were bringing up regarding the agreement ahead of time.
You're talking about. Do you want to be more specific? What Councilmember
the traffic mitigation plan?
Well, yes. So I understand that if the applicant doesn't, or the developer doesn't, do the housing on site, then we have to get the in lieu fees. I just want to make sure that we receive something. So I am supportive of that. Is that something that we can add and vote on this evening?
Mr. Pro Tem?
Yes, sir.
Yes, go ahead, Councilmember Becerra.
I want to just say that as far as, the affordable housing in lieu fees, this isn't like the art and public places suggestions that we make to various projects kind of haphazardly. We have an ordinance on the books. That ordinance says for X amount of square feet, you provide a certain amount of dollar amounts per square foot. You get a total, that goes into our inclusionary housing fund. So per Councilmember Sarmiento's concern, if we want to somehow lock the developer in at a certain rate, that's one thing. But I think it's misleading to act like without a development agreement, this project is just going to walk away without providing any community benefits. He is by law basic, as Mr. Ty mentioned, he's going to have to provide at least in lieu fees. If he doesn't include the units on site, he's going to provide in lieu fees. And one thing that I think is very important about this is that the in lieu fees allow a lot more flexibility in how we address affordable housing. So it's not just simply let's go build more units, but we can actually help some neighborhoods that are right around the corner from One Broadway. I used to live on Broadway, not too far from this site. And just behind where I live is the Willard neighborhood. And there are plenty of places over there that could use some rehabilitation from these funds.
Correct.
So
thank you.
I don't think these funds are just going to go away.
Let me continue with my comments, and then you can do your thing. So,
I'm sorry about that. Go ahead.
Thank you very much, because I know you've got a lot to say, and I appreciate it, Phil. So, I understand that we have an ordinance, and I understand that the fees are coming in. I just wanted to make sure that we receive them. So what was the difference in, let me ask Councilmember Sarmiento, the difference, what is it that you were looking for? Because you just wondering if you could clarify that.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Mayor Pro Tem. The only thing I was thinking about, and I think, the comments previous were right, I'm just saying if that ordinance gets amended in the future, I just want to make sure that the applicant is going to be responsible to pay what we're projecting right now, because the forecast of 4 million is based upon what the percentage is as it exists today.
I see. Okay, thank you very much for clarifying that. Look, I just want to make a motion to approve this, and if we already have the ordinance on hand, I have faith in that, and so I'm going to make, that's my motion. I'm hoping there's a second.
I'll second that.
Mr. Pro Tem, I'll second it. Mr. Mayor, I'll go ahead and second, but I'd like to ask the Pro Tem.
Talk, and then I'll talk to the motion as well. Go ahead.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. What I'd like to ask the maker of the motion is, would he be open to 2 conditions to add to it? More of just clarity, not to change what we're approving here. One would be a condition per what I was speaking with Mr. Ty about earlier in this hearing regarding the timing of the traffic studies as they relate to when they're conducted, adding that into the, I believe that was the mutual declaration of acknowledgement and acceptance of approval conditions. Make that as an additional condition to clarify that we would have the 2 traffic studies done for each neighborhood, the first one being done at the time that permits are pulled, and then at the 90% occupancy moment. And then the second condition, this is really just more of a cleanup, but rather on condition number 4, I think Mr. Hanna from the Southwest Regional Carpenters had mentioned that the way that the OC Building and Construction Trades Council interacts with the carpenters, just for sake of clarity and how they operate, changing the word "and" to including in condition number 4. So it'd be just those 2 conditions if the maker of the motion was open to those.
Look, Madam City Manager, isn't this already a prerequisite, the studies?
It is, but he was speaking more towards the actual memorializing the timing of the study, so it would be a minor modification.
A minor application. Okay, look, I'm willing to add that to the motion.
No, I'll go ahead and second that. Thank you, Mr. Pro Tem.
Second, so obviously you'll accept your own amendment.
Correct.
Right,
All
very
right,
good. So,
any other comment? I don't know if the
Mr. Mayor?
applicant wants to chime in.
Mr. Mayor, I'd like to
Solario,
say-
did you want to comment?
Yes, I did, and
Go ahead.
I was the maker of the second. Maybe we can review the record on that. I did want to, on that last point about the in lieu fees and the WHO ordinance. We do have an ad hoc committee that council members Iglesias, Villegas, and I are on. I think we've done the meetings we were required to do, and I think just staff was fine-tuning the work and the recommendations, et cetera. I would just ask, kind of just informally through our city manager, that we try to get that on the next meeting or two, which is, I think, what we ideally we're looking at as well, and that can begin to address what the fees would be. I know we had a similar concern some of us did with the Main Place mall development, and there we decided, as Councilmember Becerra and others mentioned, since there's an ordinance in place, just kind of let that be the guide. And I think the same here. We have a ordinance in place, and if we do update it, maybe this project benefits or not from any changes there. But I just wanted to give an update to my colleagues on that, and suggest that our staff bring that back with the recommendations and the ad hoc work as soon as possible. Thank you.
All right. So with that, look, I just want to say that
Mayor, if I may I make a substitute motion?
yes, you may go ahead.
I would like for us to delay the vote and maybe extend it for another 2 weeks or a month, because there's a lot of things that we're talking about right now that's not really in our recommendations right now, that I don't feel it's right that we're adding this as we're speaking. So if we could delay taking the vote or table it for another I would say a month, that would be good. So I'll make a motion to delay this item for another month.
Seeing if there's no second, the substitute motion would die for lack of a second. We'll go back to the original motion. I just want to speak to it and say that I'm supportive of that motion. I believe that on the $15, per square foot, I believe the applicant's accepting that and is able to handle that within, his project and what he's proposing. I think it brings a lot of jobs, and now jobs are temporary, but you go from project to project, and people make a living, in the construction trades, always going from project to project. It's what they do. So I think it's unfair to categorize them as a lesser job in any way, only because they once they get it done, they go and build something else. It's what they do. Also, I believe that this project has been around a long time, but I think it's stood the test of time, and it's really to the applicant's long-term commitment to finally getting it done. And especially as we come out of the virus, I think, and we will come out, I think this will be a really strong signal as to the overall health of our city and our community. So for those reasons, and there's more, but maybe that's enough said, I'd like to ask the clerk to do a roll call vote, please.
Councilmember Becerra?
Yes.
Councilmember Iglesias?
No.
Councilmember Peñalosa?
Yes.
Councilmember Sarmiento?
With the mayor's clarification on the affordable housing in lieu fee to remain at 15%, I vote yes.
Councilmember Solorio?
Yes, but I'm a little bit concerned about that last thing that wasn't in the motion.
Well, the mayor clarified the motion, and that's the premise.
I clarified the motion, and that's based on how we're voting. So
that's correct.
If you want the maker in the second, do you accept that as a formal amendment?
Mr. Mayor, can you state?
I would advise that, Mayor.
Mr. Mayor, can you state? Sorry, thank you, Sonia.
It's simply that that the applicant, and I know because I had a chance when I debriefed with him earlier, he made it clear that he's ready to accept that fee level. So even if we were to change fees in the future, go up or down, as a part of this motion, he's accepting that rate of $15 per square foot.
I'll accept that then.
Mayor, if I
Thank
may
you.
make a
Mayor Pro Tem, do you accept it?
Yes, I do. The city manager would like to say something. Stand by.
Go ahead.
If I may make a suggestion, you do have the applicant still on the line. If you wanted to ask him to make that commitment as part of the public record.
I've spoken to him, but Mike, would you like to come on? Michael Hare, the applicant?
Yeah, I'm on. Mike Harris here. Yes.
Go ahead. Do you want to speak? Are you committed to the $15 square foot? Does that work?
I think it adds a lot to the community. I think I really want to help. Everybody kept saying that I was going back and forth with saying we're going to have affordable housing or not. My lenders didn't want to put affordable housing in it, so I decided to talk more to staff. And I think after it was explained to me what they do with that money by taking that money, in this case like $4 million, and take it to the neighborhoods that need it the most and resurrect those areas that are downtrodden, that need more work, and bring more life to the area. I think it helps raise the bar for everybody. I think the money does more good by helping the neighborhoods around here than me putting in affordable housing in this building. So,
and I believe people are saying that they just want to know, are you committed to that level of funding, whether you build it next year and 2 years or whatever? We want to make that part of the motion, so it'd be a requirement on you.
Well, you took the wind out of my sail, because I was ready to say, with that, I will agree to pay a fixed number of $15 a square foot to help our community.
All right, so it's officially part of the motion, and we have concurrence.
Thank you, Mr. Harris.
Thank you
yes.
for that.
Thank you.
Thank you, Mike.
Thank you.
Thank you. Madam Clerk, can you continue with a roll call vote then?
Councilmember Solorio?
Aye.
Mayor Pro Tem Villegas?
Yes.
Mayor Pulido?
Yes.
Motion carries 6-1.
Okay, let's go back.
55E.
What is our next item?
55E.
75B, is it?
55E.
Oh, you want to go back to that one because I didn't get to vote on that?
That's
You were going to
correct.
comment.
That's correct, and we have motion Mayor Pro Tem Villegas and seconded by Councilmember Peñalosa and Councilmember Becerra.
Yes.
Councilmember Iglesias? Councilmember
Which one are we doing again? I'm sorry.
55E.
We're going back because I got dropped at the time, Councilmember Iglesias, so we're going back and voting on that again, 55E.
Oh, okay. I guess I was just waiting for your comment because I think that's what we were waiting for. So, okay. 55E, yes.
Councilmember Peñalosa?
Yes.
Councilmember Sarmiento?
Yes.
Councilmember Solorio?
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem Villegas?
Yes.
Mayor Pulido?
Yes. And if you want, I think I got cut off. I simply want to state that I believe in the future we're going to be much better off because I know the city manager is going to be watching this very closely. And that $13 million in potential additional revenue for transportation, it's much needed. We actually need much more than that. But 15 million is 15 million, and it's a very good thing. So I know that it was tough over at OCTA. They gave me a hard time, but I knew we were right. I knew that even though they put us under very heavy scrutiny, we'd be able to back everything up, and we did. So that's part of what I want to say when I got cut off earlier. So with that, let's go back to, I believe we're on item 75. B as in boy, is that our next item?
Yes.
And this is a public hearing, so it's time and place. We're talking about adopting a COVID-19 response funding plan, authorize agreement of approvals, et cetera. Madam City Manager, does this involve Ultimate in any way?
Yes, Mayor. So the item before you is to take the $6.4 million that we're receiving specifically for a COVID response. It is pretty restrictive what we can use it for. And I did already enter into a letter of intent with Altamed for $250,000 as part of this funding stream because of their financial situation at the time. We have a brief presentation that shows for each one of the buckets of money.
How do I, if I don't want to vote on that, should I just abstain on the whole thing? I've worked with Castro de la Rocha before. He's the director of Ultimed. I'd rather not participate if that's the case. So let me turn things over to Mayor Pro Tem, please.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Go ahead, Madam City Manager.
So we have a brief presentation for you, Mayor Pro Tem, that will show our recommendations as to how to spend the money that we're receiving. And I'll turn it over to our Executive Director of Community Development, Stephen Mendoza.
Director Mendoza, you're recognized.
Thank you very much, Mayor and Council. How are you tonight? Thank you for allowing me the opportunity to speak. When Council looks at their staff report, you'll notice something called Exhibit 4. If you open Exhibit 4, that is the meat of what we're going to be discussing tonight. The rest of the items in the agenda item and the recommended action are to implement that. So I don't want you to get lost in all that confusion. The item, Exhibit 4, is the spending plan. The rest of the items in the action item are to implement that change because these are federal funds and state funds for different agencies. So you'll see a lot of actions. The state and federal government has been proactive in providing additional funding to the city for various means to support COVID. It's in 3 basic different summaries of groups. One was the award of $1.3 million in homeless housing assistance prevention program. That's the HHAP COVID-19 funds from the state.
Stephen, do you want to put the display on the slideshow?
Oh, sure. I'm sorry. Let me change my view.
Thank you.
You got it? Thanks, man. Thank you. And that money is coming from the state at 1.3, and we already have that payment. We received that check in the mail today. On April 2nd, we were committed $3.3 million in CDBG money coming from the feds, and $1.7 million of ESG monies also coming from the federal government, and we're very appreciative to have those funds. And so what you have tonight is a plan to how we are proposing to spend it. The first money, the 1.3 pot that comes from the state of California, we're proposing to service the trailers that were generously donated by the state to us. We're proposing to have emergency occupancy agreement with hotels if needed, and $150,000 for additional supplies and furnishings and staffing over at the Link, which is our homeless shelter, our temporary homeless shelter that we operate in the city. As you know, their cost of protecting the individuals in the Link has increased, and we want to make sure that we prepare for any changes they may come in cost and future amendments with the agreement they have with the City Council. The second plan is for the CDBG funds. These are federal funds that are coming down in the total of 3.3, just almost 3.4 million. You'll see that we've allocated some money for tenant improvements for a future shelter, some emergency rental relief fund of $500,000. As you know, we already have that Safely Home in Santa Ana program that we're operating this year. This would expand that program with very little administrative burden on the city. $500,000 for economic development money for small business incentive program. That expands a program that this city already has. We're working with about $170,000 worth of recipients now. We have that many applicants. We've actually funded 11 of those loans now grants already. So what we like to do is fund $500,000 more and get that money out on the street to our small businesses. Again, those are grants, not loans. $400,000 for the wraparound case management services for infection control for homeless individuals quarantined into hotels. So if we put people in hotels, we have to also supply the services and the wraparound services for them while they're in the hotels. The next line item is a line item the city manager mentioned a moment ago, is $250,000 for testing at Ultimed. The next line item is food distribution for seniors and residents, and then the remainder of $337,000, which is our 10% allowance for administrative costs. The third part of funds are the ESG funds that are increasing for the city of Santa Ana. And you normally dole out ESG funds every couple of years, every 2 years. This is a new pot of ESG, and we're proposing to use it, the operating costs to start a new permanent shelter, wraparound case management services for infection control and homeless individuals at the trailers. The other money I just mentioned about trailers and the other part was to service the actual trailers. This services the people in the trailers. There's a different mechanics and a different contract we would enter for that. And then the administrative cost of 10% to administer the program. So that's the meat of the agenda. But it does take a couple of other mechanical things to do. Judson has done a great job of outlining all of those procedures so you don't have to see this again in a couple of months for one action item and then in another couple of months for another action item. He's put all action items in here. It requires a substantial amendment to the annual action plan. That's you telling HUD what you're going to use their money for every year. 5-day comment period we just completed. And the CDBG funds in those two categories, the second two categories, will be able to be drawn down shortly. Again, the first category, we already have the check up front for that, because that's a state-funded program. But the federal dollars, we pay first, and we get reimbursement if we spend the money right. And with that, I open up to any questions about those three pots of funds. Again, Exhibit 4 is your best sheet to use when you're looking at how we're recommending to plan spending these funds.
Thank you, Director Mendoza. If you could stand by for some questions from the council members. Let me just go down the list. That way we're not stepping over each other. Councilmember Sarmiento.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor Pro Tem. Thank you, Stephen, for that presentation as well. These ESG funds and CDBG funds, obviously, we can't use any of those monies because they're restricted to just specific uses for helping our employees or trying to find some ways to employ them as essential or maybe creating some opportunities for them. Are there any funds that we expect that might be able to allow us to do that? And I know we've had extensive conversations with the city manager, and obviously we're trying to compel the county to hopefully release some of the monies that they're going to be receiving soon, to the extent that is there anything that we can use these monies for, with the exception of what you enumerated?
Not in these three categories of funds, but again, this is this changes daily. New funds and new bills are suggested by the feds on a daily basis. So we're watching those funds, and if you're throwing that out there, we will look for those kind of things in all of these funds that come our way.
That'd be great. Thank you for that. And I would say, to the extent that we have two very strong advocacy firms that are on our payroll, let's make sure, and I've been getting some of their updates as well as some of my colleagues have and staff, we want them to be laser focused on trying to advocate as strongly as they can. And I know the mayor has been doing his part in trying to convince the other 33 mayors to join him in making sure that our rights are protected. But obviously, sometimes it comes to population size thresholds that have been set in some of the legislation in Washington. But look, let's just keep on looking.
We'll look out for that for us.
Thank you. Councilmember Solorio? If you have any questions?
Yeah. Thank you, Mayor Pro Tem Villegas. Comment and then a question. I thought the plan was very well put together, especially in this short period of time. And thank you also for putting some additional dollars into that rental assistance program, because in these times of need, that's really helpful and tangible. My question is regarding the testing. Ultimate is great; they're fabulous. I'm glad that they're part of this effort. I did notice that it mentioned like if they received dollars from elsewhere, that then they'd reimburse us back, or they wouldn't bill us for some of that. And I thought that that was good. But now in particular that the county today announced that Ultimed is a big part of their effort with free testing, and they made mention of the Bristol site in Santa Ana. Is that the way that's going to work, or is it going to be additive, or maybe you just kind of compare the contract to see?
Thank you, Council Member. We would need to look at what the county was actually contracting with, because if it was for a different scope of services, it wouldn't technically be reimbursing them for what we were reimbursing them for. But we certainly can look at that to see if there's any way to recover any dollars that they did receive reimbursement for.
Yeah, just so that it's clear. And again, I don't mind if it's additive. I just want there to be clarity on what the metrics are. And I'm really happy that the county also reached out to them too, because I know in the past it was a little bit of a rocky relationship as well. Thank you.
Thank you. Councilmember Peñalosa.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor Pro Tem. And thank you, Stephen, Mr. Mendoza, for that presentation. It was very informative and well put together. I'm happy that we're using all this money for very much needed throughout the different allocations that you listed. But I had a couple questions in regards to some of the amounts. One, for example, was the $400,000 being used to service trailers that were given to us by the state of California. I mean, it's 22 trailers, and this is just me trying to wrap my head around the cost of servicing a trailer. I can't afford one of these trailers. I've seen them, they're really nice. And I know that all of them, whether it's a boat or a trailer, they all come with maintenance costs that are, I wouldn't know anything about. So, I mean, it comes out to about $18,000 per trailer to service. Is this over multiple years, 1 year? Is it, can you elaborate a little bit more on that?
Well, actually, when we put this table together about 2 weeks ago, this was a guess. And I thought it was a little high. But now that we're actually servicing the trailers, we're emptying the Blackwater and Graywater twice a day for some families of 6 that are in one trailer. We are seeing that they may actually reach a higher amount than we expected. It also helped us with attaching the electrical, $30,000 to electrify these. And again, servicing them, electrifying them, providing the water service for them, and everything that goes with the physical repair. We even had to build steps on them, and we also have to pay a firm to train the residents how to use a trailer. When you and I rent a trailer, we kind of get a walkthrough from a rental company telling us how to use their trailer. We had to do an orientation with both city staff and Mercy House staff, and then also the users of the trailer who are occupying the trailers. And we have to pay a firm for that purpose. So we're paying Mike Thompson RV Company to do that for us. So we have a lot of agreements that we actually didn't predict. So do I think I'm going to spend the 400? No. Am I going to get closer to the 400 than I originally thought? Absolutely. And we still have 7 parked at another location we can move over on to the link that are going to incur costs.
Thank you for that. That really breaks it down. So, and just one thing that you mentioned the family of 6 living in one of these trailers. Yeah. I was under the impression that these were going to be used to isolating potential COVID-19 homeless patients. Is that not the case? Now we're just using them for families?
No, they are for isolating, and this family needed to be isolated because they went on a day trip, and they were exposed to a relative who was positive.
Oh,
so they're
okay.
being isolated together, even though there's 6 of them.
Okay.
Yeah.
So they okay, that makes sense. And one of the other things that caught my attention was you also allocated or noted money for hotel rooms and a block of rooms for homeless individuals as shelter beds.
Yes.
Do we know where these hotel rooms will be? What hotel we had in mind? Is it something that's going to be here in our city?
Yeah, what we did, we started out with surveying our hotels of who was interested. I have a list of 3 hotels that might be interested in this. We do not have any agreements with those hotels because we don't think the need is there yet. This is in case.
So this is just in case the link, whether it's filled or closed down, and the trailers, and then the additional shelter that we're hoping gets off the ground sometime later this year.
We're also using the county hotel system. The county has reserved hotels. We placed 4 people from the link in the county hotels as well.
Okay.
Before we drop the ball, before we go for our own hotels, we'll exhaust all other things as well. We could also use hotels for our own public safety officers, for our own police. We could also use it for nurses. So it won't always be for homeless. So we have to be careful what pot we pull from. As you notice, some of this money's for homeless, some of this money's just for COVID. So we have to be very careful. So we've tried to make it as broad ranged as possible. And if you remember 4 or 5 weeks ago, they predicted homeless would be really impacted by COVID. We're not seeing it in Santa Ana yet. You know, we missed the ball. We're seeing it in nursing homes, but we're not seeing it in the homeless shelters yet.
Mm-hmm. Now, is that something that, and again, this is getting more into the health related, but would that be possibly because they're just out there and not being tested or seeking any help for it?
There's many theories. If you ask people in the street, there's people are suspected they have a really healthy constitution. They've been on the street for years. They can fight a virus. But I think it's not good for me to say. I'm not a medical professional.
Right. Okay. That's it, Mr. Mendoza. Thank you.
Thank you.
And let's just make sure we don't drop the ball. You almost. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilmember Peñalosa. Great questions, by the way. Councilmember Iglesias.
Yes, sorry about that. Okay, Stephen, I do have questions regarding the contract that we have with Altamed, or maybe the city manager can answer these questions. But I see in the staff report that it's about $250,000 that, she's already allocated. Are we going to be doing anything in addition to that? And my second question is, how are we determining who's going to get tested? How does that happen? Because I know a lot of the community has been asking, where can we go get tested? Where can we, if we don't have the resources? They're looking to this, to the city of LA, that's taking the lead, and whatever the city of LA, the mayor from LA is doing, it's like they're always questioning why isn't Santa Ana doing this. So my question is, who's eligible to be tested, and how many is Altamed going to serve?
Thank you, council members. So the scope of services that are in the letter of intent that I entered into with Altamed, it does talk about doing COVID-19 testing and also just general health checks. And with the population that they serve, they oftentimes don't receive any compensation for that. They are still doing the testing similar to how it's being done throughout the whole county. There has to be criteria met before they're able to do a testing of someone. So if an individual comes to Altamed and they are exhibiting symptoms, and based on the doctor's recommendation, they would be tested for COVID-19. Because you raise a really good point, it's one thing that we haven't done enough of in the county is the testing of COVID-19. The county just did report the beginning of this week that they are getting 14,000 different test kits. Those are the swab test kits, and they're going to try to greatly expand their testing. They haven't come out and mentioned whether they're going to be following same criteria as far as who they would test. The other bit of good news on the front is that they are going to partner with the local university, and they're going to see about doing a program where they're going to do the antibodies testing. Anymore, that is the type of test that could be the most beneficial, because it would actually let you know what % of your population has already been exposed to COVID-19, which would be very useful information. So I hope that answered your question.
Mm-hmm. It does, and I know we talk about the homeless a lot, but my concern is mostly the community residents in Santa Ana. They're the taxpayers, they're the ones that are pretty much keeping our economy going. So what's the criteria for them? The selective, I would say maybe like the selection process for those to be tested, because I just feel we don't put enough emphasis on our residents, and we're putting a lot into the homeless, probably the homeless crisis, which I believe that's a county that should be a county thing. A responsibility. So I understand the ones that may be at the link, but the others, I just don't understand what would be the criteria for them to select them to be tested.
I can't speak as a medical profession, but I will say that our funding for Alta Med is to provide those types of services to only Santa Ana residents.
Okay, so that's aside from the link, right? Or is it you're including the individuals living at the link?
No, this is completely separate from homeless. This is a funding financial commitment to a local medical care facility to provide services to our residents.
Okay, awesome. And is there going to be a charge, Christine?
I believe they work on a sliding scale based on the patient's ability to pay.
Okay. So is there an income limit to them being eligible for testing?
I'm not aware of any. I really can't answer that. I'm not aware of any, though.
Not related to funding.
Yeah.
Okay. So if you could double check on that and just make sure that we have that clear, because there's some individuals that they don't meet the requirement of being on the side, like with what the federal government considers like the federal poverty level, but they're barely making ends meet. So it wouldn't be fair to not allow them to be part of the testing if they're seeking that type of assistance.
Yeah, and that should not happen, because if we are funding them and a Santa Ana resident comes in and is exhibiting the system and meets the medical criteria, they would provide the test.
Okay. Thank you. Thank you, Mayor Pro Tem.
Thank you very much. Councilmember Becerra, and then there's a follow-up question from Councilmember Peñalosa. Go ahead, Phil.
Thank you, Mr. Pro Tem. I just want to thank staff for the presentation, and listening to my colleagues, pretty much asked all the questions that I was going to ask. So in the spirit of time, that's all I have. Thank you.
Thank you. Councilmember Peñalosa?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor Pro Tem. Mr. Mendoza, one final question in regards to the rental relief fund, which I know is extremely important and very much needed here in our city. A lot of people struggling to pay their monthly rents, and I'm a little confused, and I'm not sure if this is the process we usually go through. Is having residents go through the listed. You have Salvation Army, United Way, and/or Catholic Charities. Do we give them the money and then residents have to go through them to apply for the rental assistance fund? Because from what I believe, we also have a rental assistance fund through the city, correct?
Well, we have what you normally call Section 8, totally different than this program. If you remember, in the end of last year at the budget cycle, there was a council member who requested money for rental assistance. We provided a $25,000 program for mobile homes, and I believe a $100,000 program for Safely Home in Santa Ana. This is an extension of that program.
Oh, okay.
So we had $100,000 for these charities to administer it on our behalf. Now we would replenish it.
Awesome, which I'm 100% okay with. I just want to make sure that we're still putting out very easily accessible information to our residents, social media, email, whatever means necessary for them to know that these funds are available and have been available for them to apply for. And if there's any resources that we could put towards this program to not have a 2-3 month waiting period for a resident to hear a response or get some kind of a relief, that would be appreciated. Those are my comments, but thank you for clarifying that. That's it, Mr. Mayor Pro Tem.
Thank you. Thank you very much. My brief comment. Thank you, Stephen, for your leadership. Thank you for putting all this together. City manager, the whole team. Judson back there with a little mask on. It was nice to see you today, and we got Paul back here. Also, thank you very much for all your good work on this. Is there a motion and a second on this?
I'll move.
Okay.
Moved by
Sarmiento, second by Peñalosa. Madam City Clerk, call the roll.
We have public comments at this time.
Oh, that's correct. Public comments. Public comments.
And Mayor Pro Tem, we also received correspondence on this item. We received a total of 7, and they were all general public comments.
All right, thank you very much. Okay, so at this time, I'm going to go ahead and open the hearing for public comments.
Okay, thank you. Caller, if you could please clearly state your name and state whether you're in support or in opposition to the item and why. You have been unmuted, and now you have 3 minutes.
Hello, my name is Kaylee. Good evening, council members. I would just like to state that I am in favor of an emergency rental relief fund. I would just like to mention that there are prerequisites for the Safely Home program that will actually exclude a lot of renters in the city. For example, one of the requisites is to verify that you'll be able to pay the next month's rent after receiving the assistance. That will exclude a lot of people. It also says that you should be able to provide proof that you've received a notice of eviction for non-payment of rent. And currently under the statewide judicial order, there are eviction notices that cannot be served, so this would also exclude a lot of renters. Additionally, I'll just state that I currently volunteer for a tenants' rights hotline in Santa Ana to help tenants send letters to their landlords to qualify for the rights that the city provided under the moratorium. And I would just like to state that it's very important to have these funds because many landlords are still threatening to call the police because of past due rent, as well as rejecting tenants' letters that would qualify them for the right to repay rent. So having extra funds to even pay for legal support would be very important for tenant safety. And then additionally, I'll mention that one of the best methods to respond to COVID-19 on behalf of housing and homelessness without having to use government funds to do so is to extend the rent freeze that is currently in place until May 31st. But if it is extended until 6 months after the emergency is over, matching the timeline of the moratorium, then many renters will be able to get out of the debt and have an easier time paying back their rent that is past due. Some stories I'm hearing from people on the hotline is that they had the maximum rent increases permitted under AB 1482, which is 8.4% prior to the rent freeze. So their rent went up on April 1st, but the rent freeze was enacted April 7th. And so people are very concerned about how to pay back rent past due in addition to staying current with rent payments. So extending the rent freeze allows renters to relieve some of the debt from this crisis without having to use government funds. Thank you for your time.
Thank you very much. And I'm going to have the city manager address the comments on the rent issue after all the callers. All right, thank you very much. Let's continue.
Caller, if you could please clearly state your name for the record and state if you're in support or opposition to the item and why. You have been unmuted, and now you have 3 minutes to speak.
Hi there, can you hear me?
Yes, we could hear you.
Thank you. My name is Nathaniel Greensides, and I am in support of it. However, I'd like to bring up the fact that it doesn't do enough to ensure that folks who are experiencing issues with paying rent currently during COVID aren't also going to experience even further issues once the pandemic and the shelter-in-place orders are lifted. And so I want to bring up specifically the point, an earlier point from tonight about item 25A, where City Council voted affirmatively to give Mr. Mike Hara an extension on how he's going to further develop Santa Ana, and yet Santa Ana City Council is not taking any action currently to ensure that the rent increase moratorium during COVID pandemic is extended past the shelter-in-place orders to ensure that residents who are currently experiencing issues with paying rent and would experience further issues if the rent was currently increased, get a chance to catch up once the orders are lifted. And I want to say that City Council needs to make sure that they're doing the right thing and ensure that the rent freeze and eviction moratorium remains in effect for at least 6 months after all the shelter-in-place orders are lifted. And it's not an impossible thing to do. City Council has that power. So please make sure you do the right thing. Thank you very much.
Thank you for your comment. Next, Madam
Caller,
Clerk.
Caller, please clearly state your name and whether you're in support or opposition to the item and why. You have been unmuted and now you have 3 minutes.
Hello, my name is Maria Ceja, and I am in favor of a rental relief fund. But as mentioned before, my comment, there are certain prerequisites that do not allow a large number of the city's population to apply to this rent relief fund. Also, I know that there's a prerequisite that's asking for a W-9, and I know that that excludes the undocumented population, which is a large percentage of the Santa Ana population. I'm also a volunteer tenant counselor for a tenant hotline here in the city of Santa Ana, and I have firsthand heard the unethical experiences that residents are currently facing in the middle of a global pandemic. And I would also like to follow up with the comments mentioned before me that a rent freeze, like the extension of a rent freeze is necessary, especially if people are trying to pay back the rent they weren't unable to pay during this pandemic. And to be topped off with a rent increase, that burden would lead to severe complications and can even lead these tenants to be homeless or displaced from their longtime community. Thank you.
Thank you for your comment.
Okay, caller, if you can please clearly state your name.
Last caller.
And whether or not you're in support or opposition to the item. You have 3 minutes. You have been unmuted.
Hi, can you hear me?
Yes, we could hear you.
Hi, Mayor Pro Tem and other members of the council. Santa Ana renters such as myself are reaching out to you today to urge you to expand the rent freeze for 6 months after the emergency orders are lifted. If renters are still being expected to pay back rent, even though millions across the state have lost their jobs, having to deal with rent increases on top of the debt they already have accumulated will make it impossible for them to ever catch up. Freezing the rent increases for at least 6 months after the period of emergency will facilitate recovery after the pandemic. Without a rent freeze, renters will be fighting an uphill battle against insurmountable debt. Please expand the current rent freeze to 6 months after the emergency orders are lifted and continue to create an emergency COVID-19 relief fund for the city's most economically vulnerable. LA has already created a similar fund through their Angelino debit card program, and many members of our community will not be eligible for federal stimulus due to their immigration status. The governor of California will release funds next month, but only a maximum of $1,000 will reach each household. Follow in the footsteps of LA and provide economic relief to low-income residents. This will help our community recover after the crisis and protect against further destabilization. Furthermore, like other folks have mentioned, the current Safely at Home program in Santa Ana has a lot of prerequisites that have made it really impossible for us to connect community members to those funds. For example, the W-9 is required of landlords to fill out to receive the rent payment, and many of them, because they take cash payments from tenants
left.
And they don't want to pay taxes on it, they refuse to fill out that W-9. So then the tenants aren't able to use the rental assistance fund, and then they end up getting evicted anyway, even though the fund exists. So it'd be really great if you all are going to funnel those $500,000 into this program, that you address the current issues with it. So the W-9 is one thing. The second thing would be removing that prerequisite that they have to have a 3-day notice. Right now, 3-day notices can be served until after June. So how are tenants supposed to make use of the funds if they can't prove that they have a 3-day notice? It also doesn't make sense for them to have to prove that they have the rent for the following month. If it's an emergency rental assistance fund, it means that tenants don't have the funds right now, and they may not have them in the future, but this is to carry them over through that specific month. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Thank you. And was that the last caller? Okay, we have one more. That's the last caller. May I remind the public that the rent freeze is not on the agenda, but we are going to have the city manager address it. But you need to stay on topic of what the item is on the agenda. All right. Well, thank you very much. Go ahead and let's continue with the caller.
Yeah, caller, if you could please state your name for the record and state whether you're in support or opposition to the item. You have 3 minutes. You've been unmuted.
Hi, good evening. My name is Carla Juarez, and I am in support of helping the tenants in Santana. And I do want to share my experience with helping tenants in Santana. I am a community activist, and I've heard many stories, and I've helped people through different walks of life. And I have reached out specifically to Councilmember Iglesias and Councilmember Peñalosa, and I only received a response back from Iglesias, and she referred me back to the city manager, which referred me to another person. And that person specifically said that there is no assistance. It was in Spanish. Said, por el momento no existe asistencia monetaria para residentes de la ciudad de Santana, saying that there is no assistance. It could be offered for renters who have not been able to pay their rent because of COVID-19. And there is a lot of harassment from landlords, not accepting letters or harassing them, scaring them that they're going to call the cops to get them kicked out. And even though that there is a protection that allows them to pay or make a payment after May 31st, landlords are lying to them, saying that this is not true. They don't accept their letters, and they're putting fear in them that they have to pay or they have to move out. And even that said, I have tried many different places where they could get assistance, monetary assistance. Like, for example, Salvation Army, they stopped accepting any applications after April the 7th because all of the funds have been exhausted. They're going to be accepting applications for the rent that is due in May on April the 27th. But everyone else who still has not been able to pay their rent from April,
You have 1 minute left.
they're just out of luck, and they're going to be evicted. So right now, not only do we have a global pandemic, but we're going to be facing a debt crisis, and then we're going to be facing the eviction crisis. And I also want to say that I'm in favor. I know you said not to talk about it, but pushing the 6 months protection for no rent increase. So that way it gives a fighting chance for everyone to catch up, because we will be facing a debt crisis, and then that will turn to a eviction crisis. Thank you.
Thank you very much for your call. We are now going to close the public hearing, and we're going to move on to council member comments on this, but I would like the city manager, if you could please address this. I understand our police officers here in the city do not assist with evictions. That is the sheriff's department's area and the county of Orange. So our police department is not involved in that. I believe that if the public were to be worried about or concerned about that, I recommend that they contact the county of Orange, who is charged with handling evictions. So can you address also this rent freeze? Many callers have been talking about that. Just for a brief moment, thank you very much.
Certainly, Mayor Pro Tem. So the 3 items that I heard, and thank you so much for your comments, in regards to the parameters to qualify for our rental assistance program, that is something we can go back and take a look at, because we certainly have the ability to change those. In regards to a request for any extension of time on whether it's eviction moratorium or rent increase freezes, it's something I will look at. We have heard from certain organizations that were seeking a lengthening of the time. We also have heard from other organizations that were asking us not to extend the amount of time. So it's something we would have to do a legal review and look at. And then on the other item, I believe one of the callers mentioned that there were some landlords that were not complying with the executive order. And if that is the case, the place to contact is our code enforcement office. And if you go to our website under what services are still open for business, there is both an email and a phone number for our code enforcement division. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Let me go down the list. Councilmember comments. Councilmember Sarmiento.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Mayor Pro Tem, and thank you, Madam City Manager, for those comments. I think really we can only speak to what's before us, and what's before us, again, is just the rental assistance with respect to this item, and we can expand on discussing rental freeze, if anything else, with you, and you've already heard comments, so thank you for responding to those. On the rental assistance, I would, request that you go back and maybe look at how we can relax some of those conditions so they're compliant with some of your executive orders that you've issued, and to make it more flexible for people to be able to access that support and that relief. The last thing we want to do is, I think as somebody mentioned, delay it, complicate it. The whole idea behind funding it a little bit more is to make sure that people receive it immediately, because at this point, monies that are delayed creates anxiety, creates probably something as difficult as the condition itself. So to the extent that we can have staff work on streamlining that and making it as flexible as possible, and obviously, we don't want to try to distinguish this. The only question I had is on the question of undocumented versus documented folks, because these are federal funds, is that the reason why maybe those that are not legal residents or citizens, can't access this support? Or
Thank you, Councilmember Sarmiento. That question actually was brought to staff earlier this week as well, and we came up with a good solution. First, since these are federal funds, we aren't able to assist undocumented residents, but what we will be able to do is adjust our guidelines so that we could prorate the assistance for a documented member of a household, so that we can assist those households.
All right. And, to the extent we obviously have to comply with the conditions of monies and the sources of where we receive those funds, we have to do that. We can't violate the law, but to the extent we make it as accessible as possible, that would be my direction. So thank you for your comments, Madam City Manager.
Thank you very much. Councilmember Solorio.
Yeah, I think I spoke to this item already previously. I was thankful for the plan overall and the rental assistance program in particular, so I'm good and in support.
Thank you very much. Councilmember Peñalosa.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor Pro Tem. Back to my comment that I mentioned earlier, Mr. Mendoza, and that's why I was mentioning it, is that I want to make sure that we're putting out that information and making it easily accessible for the residents to apply for these funds, because again, this isn't rents are due or whatnot, and people, are suffering, and they don't have the luxury of time to wait or savings, and making this easily available to them is going to go a long ways with our community. Just like we a year ago when we fixed the way that the council discretionary funds, how that was taking a long time, 2 months to get to the nonprofits' hands, and we fixed that so that it doesn't take that long. That's something that we should look into to make sure that the residents are able to get these funds quickly when it is needed. And I do agree with the comments that were made about making these monies available to undocumented residents in our city that do not have the IRS and financial information disclosures to provide for these funds. But I am supportive of this item. Thank you, sir.
Thank you very much. Councilmember Iglesias.
Can you hear me? I'm sorry for a while there.
Yes.
I got disconnected.
Yes, we can hear you.
Okay, thank you. Yeah, yes, I agree with what's been shared, especially with the callers asking us to facilitate the process of getting the funds for the rental assistance. I've been contacted by a lot of community members asking, it's like, when can you expect help? And it just seems like there's so many hoops that they have to go through in order to get the assistance that as a council we've approved. So I'm glad that city manager is going to be looking at that and being a little bit more, I would say, reclassifying the requirements on, how it is to get the money back to the residents. And another thing that I wanted to ask is, I know we're talking about the residents too, but I believe there's also one for the businesses. Is there a business rental assistance? Because I know I've been contacted also by business owners, and they're not able to pay some of their rent, and then the landlords too, they're losing because they have to pay their rent too. So what is the process for them applying for rental assistance, and how long does it take?
So we at Santa Ana, we don't offer rental assistance for the businesses, but there is a small micro incentive grant that's available to small businesses. There's a number of SBA loans that are available to businesses. There's ability to write off some payroll taxes, but probably the best thing for small businesses is the Paycheck Protection Act, which initially allocated $350 billion, and it quickly went really fast, but they have just now taken an action. They're finalizing it that will put more money into that program, and that's a program where a small business can get a loan from the government to pay for things such as rent, utilities, and payroll. And if they use it for those things, the loan is completely forgiven and there's no interest to it. So it's a grant. So I would encourage our businesses to look out for the next tranche of that money. We have a wealth of information on our website in the Community Development Department on all of the programs that are available for small businesses. And we have routine meetings with the Chamber of Commerce to also help try to spread the news to all the businesses that we can reach as to what type of assistance is available for them.
Okay, thank you for that. And then I just have another follow-up question for the rental assistance. For the rental assistance, is it only for individuals that have like a lease under their name, or could it be rental assistance? Say, especially here in Santa Ana, there's a lot of multifamily individuals living in one dwelling. So, say they're renting a room. Is that something that does it qualify for them to receive rental assistance, or does it have to be a lease under their name?
Councilmember Iglesias, Judson's going to take the revisions and all the comments tonight and then get them to his staff for revisions. One of the things he is considering is subtenants in these apartment units and rentals as well.
Oh, okay, good, because I know I've received a lot of questions on that. So that'll be good. So thank you for all the information that you've given us, and I want to thank the callers that called in regarding their concerns. It's the only way that the council knows what's going on in the community is hearing from you all, and I just want to thank the community for being involved.
Thank you very much. Councilmember Becerra?
No, I'm good. Thank you, Mr. Pro Tem.
All right, thank you very much. My quick comment is that, yes, I'm in favor, and let's see what we could do to help people with rent. This is, we're all in this together, and it's tough. But eventually, I think we might run out of money. God, things are so bad. But let's see what we can do, and I'm in support. Is there a motion and a second, right? We already had that?
Yes, I got.
Okay, Madam Clerk, can you call the roll?
Yes, and I have the motion to be Councilmember Sarmiento, seconded by Councilmember Peñalosa. Councilmember Becerra, if you can please provide your vote.
Yes.
Councilmember Iglesias?
Yes.
Councilmember Peñalosa?
Yes.
Councilmember Sarmiento?
Yes.
Councilmember Solorio?
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem Villegas?
Yes.
And Mayor Pulido abstained. So I have 6-1 with Mayor abstaining.
Okay, we can get the mayor back on the line.
I'm on, Mayor Pro Tem. So let's go back to the staff. But where are we? Are we just finished 75B? Was that?
We are at 85A now, Mayor.
All right. Councilmember Iglesias, I believe this is your item.
Yes, thank you. So this item is to discuss and consider directing the city manager to direct staff to explore waiver of late fees for other miscellaneous fees. In the process of, through this happening through this pandemic with COVID-19, some individuals from the community have contacted me regarding the dog license tags. And when I checked with city manager, that's one thing that wasn't included in her executive order. So they have asked if we could waive the late fees for the dog licenses. And I believe that would be a good faith of us saying, that we're working with our community. And also, I believe the last executive order regarding the business licenses waiving the fees and penalty is about to expire at the end of April, but I believe we did it till April 30th. So I would ask the city council to see if we can extend it to maybe another 60 days or whatever the city manager deems is appropriate, because this would help our community moving forward and dealing with what's going on. So I respectfully ask if we could waive the late fees for these entities.
Any comments? Any thoughts on this request? All right, seeing
Mr.
none,
Mayor,
I think we.
I have
yes,
a comment.
go ahead. Go ahead.
I want to thank Councilwoman Iglesias for bringing up the dog license. You know that when it comes to dogs, you'll always have my support for pets. But I just want to also offer a reminder that there the city does charge less if your dog is neutered or spayed, a lot less actually, over $100 less from what I've seen. And just encourage, again, residents to, there are areas too, I know people are thinking neutering in Spain is expensive, but there are a lot of nonprofits in the county that provide very low costs. I believe I neutered my dog for $25 at one of those nonprofits that do that I think it's in Garden Grove, but just wanted to put that message out there, but thank you. That's it.
Thank you.
Comments?
Mr. Mayor, I think the city manager is going to comment.
Go ahead, Madam City Manager.
I believe under the power that you guys vest in me, I could take care of those two things without even returning to city council.
I would suggest that. I would suggest use your judgment and on things that you can just do that in your judgment are good and related to the COVID. Just go ahead and do that.
Thank you.
So with that, I think we have public comments still, right, Madam Clerk?
Yes, we do, and we do have speakers.
Let's go ahead. Let's take them on.
Okay, and
Go ahead.
And also, we did receive correspondence, 1 opposition to the recall, and 3 that were requesting to extend the rent freeze for 6 months beyond the May 31st deadline. And now we have a caller. Please state your name clearly for the record. And you have 3 minutes.
Yes, my name's Connie Major, and I had a few comments. One is on item 25A, the Caribou Industry project at 3rd and Broadway with the hotel and rental residential space. I like that it's been separated with Sycamore coming through again, but I'm concerned that the first 2 floors should be in design, scale, and material to combine with the historic area there. I don't know if that can be put into the development agreement, but I think it's important to have the streetscape feel since it's such a historic area there. And on 75A, the 37-story tower with Caribou Industries, I want to thank Councilman Penalosa for bringing up about construction traffic. We know traffic is already bad in French Park, Floral Park, Logan, and Lacey. Can't we at least before the building even starts, put in speed bumps. The neighbors know how to drive slowly. It's those cut-through people, once they're surprised with speed bumps, they won't be coming through more. I think speed bumps would at least help to do it now. And Councilwoman Iglesias, thank you for bringing up about asking for more time and your no vote. Also, I wanted to give you... Pardon?
Are you done?
No, I'm not. In 1979, I wanted to bring up about the Moeller High Rise, how the community rallied around and worked with the council and the developer and stopped a 13-story proposed building on the corner of 901 West Civic Center Drive that was against what is now known as the Washington Square neighborhood. And as just plain neighbors, not even neighborhood, and without the use of computers and internet and such, we were able to get that building stopped, and the developer came to the neighborhood and asked what would be acceptable. This is back in 1979. Just want to give you some history that the process worked then and it's working now. I just wish we had the same kind of process on this 37-story tower where the community is involved with the developer ahead of time and design something that works and meets community needs. Thank you, Council. I hope everybody gets a good night's sleep.
We have one more caller. Caller, please state your name for the record. You have 3 minutes.
My name is Gary Hendricks. I live on Spurgeon Street, adjacent to 2525 Main Street property. I've watched as this fiasco has gone on, and I just want to make sure that as a tax-paying resident of Santa Ana, I understand what you mental giants of the city council are doing. Based on conversations that I've heard tonight about all the loss of revenue due to the virus, if I understand it correctly, you've now voted to take a piece of property on a Santa Ana Main Street from producing several $1 million of tax income to the city, which would make it an even greater need. A renovation of Park Santiago plus 50 years of security for the park paid for by the developer to a cost for the city to purchase a piece of property with money that you don't have, and then add it to the Santiago Park, turning it from an income-producing piece of land to an ongoing cost to the taxpayers. But I'm sure, like so many other things that you politicians do to spend other people's money, you will vote in another tax on the residents to pay for it. Then this piece of land can be taken over by the homeless and drug dealers, just like the rest of the park is now, and create a criminal haven right behind homes with seniors and families with small children. History has shown us that this is the most likely thing to happen because of Santa Ana being a sanctuary city where no one is ever arrested, and those who are removed are simply released only to return back to the park. I do not expect anyone on the council to have the guts to reply to any of this because no previous communications have ever been answered before. Have they, Mayor Polito, council members, Christine Ridge, Sonia Carvalho? By the way, Polito, the only people that got harassed were the people that supported the 2525 project and not just Dale Helbig. I'm done.
All right, thank you. Anybody else, Madam Clerk?
That's all we have.
All right, let's go. Do we have city manager comments?
Yes, sir, just a few brief ones. Just to point out that we are in the process of developing a strategic plan, and we have an opportunity for the community from live on YouTube and live on Facebook to provide their input on it, and that is this Thursday, April 23rd at 7 p.m. And then one other announcement, the city's Public Works Maintenance Services team is preparing a public service message on how residents can celebrate Arbor Day this Friday, April 24th, while still staying safe at home. That's it, sir.
Thank you. Council members, Councilmember Solario.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Just a couple of things, and I know we hear it a lot, but we probably can't say it enough, and that is let's all try to just stay home and stay safe. It's coronavirus is a real thing, and now they're even saying that when it slows back down, but flu season starts back up, it's even going to be harsher then. So it's an interesting time. And then the other thought I had, because I've been watching the state and the federal press conferences on this coronavirus stuff. There is now, real dialogue about when and how to open back up. And I know that Councilmember, Becerra and others, been talking about how we might do that in Santa Ana, given that some of our orders, also, directly implied that we would decide when to open back up. So maybe at a future meeting, I don't know if it would be closed or open, that we might want to begin talking about that as well. Thanks.
Thank you for those comments. Councilmember Iglesias, please. Oh, no, excuse me. Normally I go with Councilmember Peñalosa, please.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Just wanted to, reach out to our community and just implore you all to hang in there. This is almost over. I can't say that enough. I hope it's almost over. I need a haircut, so I really hope it's almost over. And just wanted to remind you guys to just, continue practicing self-distance and wearing your face mask outside in public. It's really going to help flatten the curve, and I think the community so far has done an okay job in the last couple of weeks. Also wanted to touch on a little bit that was mentioned about reopening Santa Ana. Now, Madam City Manager, now that we have we got in a hang of virtual meetings, I'd like to see our commissions, slowly come back to being active. Measure X, Arts and Culture, the Parks and Rec Commission. There might not be anything vital or important or time sensitive in one of the other some of the other commissions for us to look into having them. But since we have because I know that they were originally canceled because we didn't know how we were going to be meeting and what that process was going to be like. But now that we have virtual meetings, from what I see under control, I hope that we could start having those other commissions meet soon. And also want to remind everybody about the 2020 census. Right now, Santa Ana has a 51.3% self-response rate. So that means a little over half of the city's households have responded to the census, which I'm very happy about and thankful. And let's get this to 100. I think we can. We have a couple of months left. So please, if you're listening and you haven't done so, visit www.my2020census.gov. And with that said, tomorrow is Administrative Professionals Day. So staff, I'll be thinking about you and sending you all well wishes. And it's also Earth Day. So think of the positive in this, and the glass half full. Earth is curing itself from us not being out there. You could see horizons. You could see Catalina Island as clear as you've ever seen it. The water, the oceans look clean. So just think of the positive in this. Tomorrow being Earth Day, let's think of our planet. Help clean up anywhere you can, and keep her in mind. And also want to congratulate or wish our city manager a happy anniversary. Next week, it will be officially 1 year that she's here, and I'm personally very happy with the work that she's done. She's really turned the organization of the city of Santa Ana around for the better, and I see it, and I'm very thankful for her leadership, and I know I hear it from staff as well about your leadership, Madam City Manager, so thank you, and hopefully you're here for many, many, many more years. And that's it.
Thank you. Councilmember Iglesias.
Yeah. Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I would like to thank the city manager for being a great leader, and I believe that we could give her more authority to be out and be front and center when reporting out to the community. I know the community wants to hear from what's going on within the city. So I would like to ask, if there's anything that she could do more like on video and just be out in front of people, because, with elected officials, they don't want to hear us because they see us as politicians. But if you, city manager, you're you're the employee. So it resonates with individuals. So if there's something that we could do, put you more on video or something from the city, informing us, that would be great. Another thing I would like to add is Measure X. I believe it's a very critical committee that needs to be meeting, and I'm hoping that we could put it back on the agenda or talk, or give them permission to come back and, like what Councilmember Peñalosa was saying, for them to start meeting and talking about, the city business, because they're critical. I mean, all the commissions are critical, but right now, especially with what's going on with our financial situation, they're an advisory committee that could really help us see where we're at. And I just want to encourage everyone to, to stay safe. I know that we've tried as much as to inform our community in our different venues, just be able for them to understand what's going on. But I feel that we could be doing more. Another thing, Christine, if you can take a note, yesterday when I was at City Hall, I think it's like the ATM machine or whatever it is, the machine where you can pay the bills, it was out of order. And it's something that I feel it was a disservice. When I was there was about 10 individuals that wanted to use it, but they couldn't. So that was kind of unfortunate. And I'm wondering if we could bring back or, help bring something back to the community. Individuals that go there to pay for the bills. I know that we were doing parking, 2-hour free parking at the downtown for them to go for the businesses. For future, I would like to see if we could waive let me give them maybe 30 minutes free for those that go into City Hall to make a payment. Because I believe that, they're already there to go make a payment, or pay a fee. So if we could do that, help them out, and just maybe the first 30 minutes, be free. So with that said, I'm hoping everyone is staying safe and healthy, and we're all in this together, and we are going to get through this, and just make sure that we take care of each other. And I believe this situation has brought us closer and just thinking about each other, and we have to take care of each other. So have a great week, and we'll talk to you soon.
Thank you for that. Councilmember Phil Becerra, please.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I just wanted to take this opportunity to congratulate Lisa Darmasay for being the first woman elected exalted ruler of the Santa Ana Elks Lodge in its 118-year history, and the second woman to serve in that capacity at our lodge. I was hoping to honor Lisa in our council chambers, but like other things that have been impacted by this pandemic, we'll adjust and we'll continue forward. I know that Lisa will do a fantastic job in her new role with her creativity, positive attitude, and strong desire to help our community. She has the perfect attributes for an exalted ruler serving in these times at the lodge. So I just wanted to congratulate Lisa once again. I also want to thank everybody in Santa Ana who has been practicing safe distancing. It has been working, and we are slowly starting to see the curve flatten. So I ask for your patience in continuing to practice safe distancing. Keep washing your hands, wearing facial coverings in public, and while you're doing all of that, take a little bit of time to complete the census. Take 10 minutes to help positively impact our city for the next 10 years. We will get through all of this thanks to you, the residents of Santa Ana. And with that, that concludes my comments, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you very much for those comments. Councilmember Vince Sarmiento.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Mayor. And I wanted to begin by thanking the city manager for addressing the rent freeze. Obviously, we had a lot of written communication as well as verbal, and you were on top of it. You know that there's discussions about extending it, others about clarifying it. So to the extent that you and your staff address that fairly, I have all the confidence in the world you will. The second one is to thank you as well, because I know that our Public Works Director has been speaking with some of our internet carriers to see about the discussion of still many of our households not having access to Wi-Fi. So I did speak with Mr. Sabah, and I know he's having those conversations in earnest with them, and I told him I'd be happy to join and help with that, because it is a really difficult statistic to know that 20% of our households are having difficulty engaging and children not being able to access distance learning. So, whatever we can do to help along with the superintendent's efforts, I know you're happy to oblige on that. The other thing I wanted to talk about was just some of the positive things that have been happening, because as difficult as things are, I'm amazed at some of the community spirit that has come forward, like the Orange County Labor Federation's efforts to assist working families with helping them fill out unemployment applications. And they do this paperwork by appointment only, so they can make sure and keep a safe distance from one another. You can call 714-385-1534 for that appointment, 714-385-1534. And they are also going to be distributing food this Thursday, April 23rd at 11 a.m. at their site in Orange. I also just finally wanted to thank staff for this effort at Main Place that took place just this past Saturday. It was an amazing sight to see, because it was done so well relative to the one before. And I think this was the 5th week in the sequence. But this one was close to, I think, or exceeded 6,000, 7,000, I heard. There were just so many vehicles that I lost track. But everybody who helped, the Power of One Foundation, Main Place, obviously, United Cross Borders, Northgate Gonzalez, Taqueria Guadalajara, who I helped visit their site. They did 2,000 burritos for free for the first 2,000 vehicles that came by. Today, I was grateful enough to be with our friends at Northgate Gonzalez Market with Suavecito, who manufactures pomade hair care products, and they're now doing free sanitizers for folks, and they donated about 1,000, and we distributed those today to some of our seniors who visit those stores from 7 to 8 in the morning. And we know how difficult it is for them to drive, for them to access these protective gear, and we gave those hand sanitizers as well as gloves and masks. And it just shows the strong will that we have in the city that's going to get us through this, because as we have challenges, I see so many people that step up that really don't need to, but they do it because their heart compels them to. So we know we're part of that family, and we feel very proud. And if we don't say it enough, thank you, Madam City Manager, for many reasons, which will go unsaid tonight. But we look forward to getting through this together. So thank you. Those are my comments.
Thank you, Mayor Pro Tem.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Just want to take a quick moment to thank the staff, the city manager. Happy anniversary for next week. The staff for all the great work, and the staff that's here with us this evening. Thank you for being brave and being out here with us to make this meeting possible. Also, I want to thank all the healthcare workers and the janitorial staff that keep the place clean and healthy for us to have the meeting, and for all of the city workers to come to work. We appreciate the public safety personnel, OCFA, the police department for going out there on the front lines, along with the healthcare workers. Can't thank you enough. And last week was the Dispatcher Appreciation Week, so I want to give a shout out to the police dispatchers. Thank you for what you do. And the OCFA dispatchers, I didn't know that they're like in quarantine up there. They want to make sure that no one gets sick to jeopardize the operation. So the food is sent to them, and they never touch it other than when they pick it up out of this like dumbwaiter type thing. So they're really, really they're being kept safe to make sure that the emergency operations are up to par around the county. So thank you for what you do. Thank you to everyone, and stay safe and stay strong, Santa Ana.
Thank you for that, Mayor Pro Tem. I just want to close by talking a little bit about where we are with the pandemic, to remind us that we're nowhere near out of it here in Orange County. We need to find ways of pushing the county because they are still way behind in their testing. Also, I want to thank on that subject Councilmember Solario, because you pointed out that other counties provide a lot more information when they put out the stats. And, you know, we're, I think, approaching 200 now people here in the city that are impacted. But we all know from the curves that if we don't, you know, work aggressively, and especially if things begin to relax and residents want to start coming out, businesses want to reopen, we could get a real spike, and we could be here, you know, 6, 12 months from now in a much worse situation than we are right now. So I would just ask my colleagues and residents, businesses, everybody, let's really be on our toes. Again, the county is receiving $550 million. If you want to split it up on a per capita basis, that would be $58 million coming to Santa Ana. I don't believe we're going to get that, but we should get some money, because if not, the county is going to be spending that magnitude of money on us. But I guarantee you they won't do it the way we would. I would like to see some very aggressive, tracing. We know we have, again, almost 200 people now. Who are those 200 people? Who do they contact? Can we make circles around them, in essence, and help them through treatment and tracking so that we can, become, virus-free? I think of this somewhat analogous to a fire. And if you have a fire, the first thing you need to know is, where is it? You know, we send our firefighters out there. They go immediately where the fire is to put it out. In this case, we have no idea where it is. It's just all around us, and we're waiting to hope it gets better. But I think we need to very aggressively do everything we can, to do much more than we're able to do right now. And again, the money is here. It's at the county. I got 31 of 34 cities to sign a letter. I don't know if you've all seen it or not. If not, please request it. But the county, I believe, is trying to do a bait and switch on us. They're attempting to get us to go for future money, which may or may not come. But in the meantime, they want to ignore, again, $500 million that's already here in their portal. And we need to find a way to have it help all the cities in Orange County. As I like to tell my fellow mayors, this money came because there's a lot of people here in Orange County, over 3 million people. There are counties across America that are smaller than Santa Ana, for example. Imperial County is a county of only 200,000 people, and yet they get money because they're a county. And many counties are getting money because they're counties, and yet, we're a major metropolitan area, and we're currently, I believe, being punished because we don't fit well within any of the models that the federal government uses. So, as we come out of this pandemic, we can empower cities more and try to change some of the traditional formulas and methodologies that may will empower, cities on a go-forward basis. So with that, let's stay strong, stay safe. I think our employees and the council, the whole community, I think everybody's doing a great job, but it's not over yet. And we do hope that Councilor Peñalosa can get a haircut soon, but he's not the only one without a haircut. I'll tell you, there's a lot of people without haircuts right now. And we somehow have to get this pandemic under control. We don't want to be the next New York, and I don't need to remind us that we've got tremendous density, and if that pandemic really catches us hard here in Santa Ana, we're going to be more impacted than any other city in Orange County, because that density will become a weakness instead of a strength. So again, let's keep talking to each other. If anybody ever, if we want to talk offline, or some members of the community have ideas, things that we're not doing that we should be doing, I'll tell you, I talk on a weekly, well, bi-weekly really basis with mayors across the state, on a weekly basis with mayors here in Orange County. I'm telling you, we're all concerned. We're all trying to figure out what to do, and we need to stay on our toes as we go through these difficult times. So with that, this meeting is adjourned. Thank you, everybody, and have a good night.